Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of the Augusta Richmond County Commission meeting. Today is March 18th, the day after St. Patrick's Day. Hope you had a great one. Madam Clerk, before I call this meeting to order, I just want to say yesterday we had a great St. Patrick's Day parade by Grand Marshal. This year's Grand Marshal was Mr. Worth Andrews. We thank him and his family for their commitment to Augusta and their strong Irish American Heritage Society history. And we all had a great time, and we're ready to get down to the people's business. Madam Clerk, I call this meeting to order.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. At this time, we will have our invocation shared with us today by Elder Darren McKinnon, pastor of the Words of Life Ministry of the Apostolic Faith, after which we would like to ask our Deputy Finance Director, interim, she wears it all, if she would lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance, Ms. Maddie Sue Stevens. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you all for inviting me to do this invocation. Let us bow our heads. Father, in the name of Jesus, Father, we thank you for your presence here today in this meeting. We give you honor, we give you glory and praise because you are deserving of it all. Jesus, I ask you to look on every member of this meeting on today. Lord Jesus, I ask you to give them knowledge, wisdom, and understanding to make the right decisions for our city of Augusta. Lord Jesus, I ask that you would unify the members of this meeting on today. We release the spirit of peace and unity here on today. Give them a peace that surpasses all understanding, that would keep our hearts and mind. Lord Jesus, help us to stay focused on today. Lord Jesus, help us to, if we come across any issues, let them know, God, they can look to you for the solution. We thank you and we praise you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen and amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pastor McKinnon, would you please stand? Thank you for praying on our behalf. Of course, Jesus, he often said, pray for those that are in authority so that they may do good. So we appreciate you bringing that to our remembrance. By these presents be it known that Elder Darren McKinnon, pastor of the Words of Life Ministry of the Apostolic Faith, is our chaplain of the day. May your dedication and faith-filled leadership continue to positively impact and strengthen the citizens of Augusta. Given under my hand this day, 18th of March, 2026, Garnett L. Johnson, Mayor. Thank you so very, very much.
Pastor McKinnon, thank you so much for that prayer. Thank you for being here today. Your prayer is well received and much needed. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir.
I think that takes us to the delegation portion of our meeting.
Our first delegation A, Ms. Bridget R. Lynch, requesting a waiver of rental fees for the stage fee at the Augusta Common for an event scheduled for August 15th, 2026, Garden City's Wine Spritzer. Ms. Lynch?
Ms. Lynch, are you here? Ms. Lynch? Second call if you're outside our doors. Ms. Lynch, third and final call. Let's see, the door just opened. Is that not Ms. Lynch? Madam Clerk, let's move on to the next delegation, please.
Okay. Item B, Mr. Clarence Tompkins, regarding the Augusta Port Authority.
Mr. Tompkins, are you in the chambers? Come on up, sir. Pick a side.
You have, okay.
Mr. Tompkins, welcome to today's
Commission.
Commission meeting. If you will, for the record, please state your name and address, sir.
Name's Clarence Tompkins, 2710 Wheeler Road, Augusta, Georgia.
Thank you, sir. We're going to give you 5 minutes. We're going to make sure we get these documents in hand before we start the clock, okay? I go this way. All right. Mr. Tompkins, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. The documents I'm passing out right now is just a quick synopsis of for the Augusta Port Authority. It goes over property ownership, pre-litigation memorandum for the Fifth Street Marina, and it talks about the 1993 agreement between the City Council and the Augusta Port Authority. Also in that packet is deed searches, letting you know what property belongs to us in the city. And then we also have the anti-litigation notice from Ed Tarver, our previous lawyer who passed away. And back then in 2017, it was found that the City of Augusta owes the Port Authority $622,000 for the marina for mismanagement of funds and violating the 1993 agreement with the city. Also, we want to talk about, too, the money that's been missing from the marina. We'd like to find out does it come under? Does it come on the Port Authority property when the city collects the money from the marina, or does it come on the Richmond County property?
Mr. Tompkins, can you clarify money that's missing? And can we get someone here? Can you clarify when you say money that's missing?
Well, the lawyers found that the agreement was violated. In the 1993 agreement, it was when they built the marina. When the marina was rented out, the money for the rent would go directly to the Port Authority. Any money over that would go to the city. But since 1993, the city has kept everything, and still to this day, they're collecting thousands of dollars from the Port Authority every month, and we don't see a penny of it. And they're not doing any work on the marina. The marina, you can't get gas down there. The docks are falling apart. So we'd like to find out what's going on with the money and where is it and what are they using it for and what does it come under. And secondly, the boathouse. The boathouse belongs to the city. The land it sits on belongs to the Augusta Port Authority. And what we were trying to do when we had the previous administration is get rent because it's sitting on property, we can't do anything with it, and the boathouse has been condemned. So it's just a big structure sitting on our property. We can't rent the property, we can't do anything. We're not making any money from it. And when we tried to talk to the city about it, they just ignores us. So now we did talk to the city's attorney, James Manton, which he's trying to set up an agreement, set up a talk with us so we can sit down and try to figure out how we can come to terms with this. But we would like to know as far as the money for the marina and the agreements that we made with the city council years ago. And we got a letter from James Manton saying that they wanted to buy the marina for $1 because of an agreement. Well, if the city violated the agreement since 1993 to now, and as of this month, they collected the money from the marina, and we still didn't get a quarter from it. So they're still violating the agreement.
So, all right, I understand your position on the marina, but help me clarify. You're stating that the land that the boathouse sits on belongs to the Port Authority and that the city should have been paying the Port Authority
Rent,
Yes.
you own
Do
the
you have
building.
that? Do you have that agreement?
The agreement?
Yes.
The one from 1993, but no, we talked to the mayor, he wouldn't talk back to us, the last mayor. And,
But you should have an agreement that says that the city should be paying you rent based on the usage.
well, that's
from
what we came up in the meeting, the last meeting, and we're gonna make up a contract for the city.
So, again, you're making accusations that the rent that's been paid for the use of the boathouse that has been in operations, was in
No,
operations
I
for
said,
decades.
we're asking for 5.5 years back for rent for the boathouse on the Port Authority property.
Was that in an agreement form, though?
No, it wasn't. We had
Oh,
talked to
so
the previous
that's a
mayor.
request. So
Yes,
that's
our request.
That's your
yes.
request. Okay, all right. Just getting clarification.
Because it is
All
our
right.
property.
All right. Okay, that's your request. All right. So there's not an agreement. That's your request,
Yes.
though. All right. All right. Continue, sir.
Okay. And so now we're waiting for Mr. Manton, the city's attorney, to set up a meeting for us with the Port Authority and the city.
Continue, sir.
Okay. And pretty much, right now, we're waiting on the meeting to be set up with the city, and that's pretty much all I have, other than the fact that we're trying to figure out where our money's going for the marina, and there's no repairs being done on the marina. When Ms. Dowse was in office, they came down and did a walkthrough and decided that the marina needed $8,000 worth of repairs. Mind you, though, the Recreation Department has been managing the marina for years. So they take the money every month, but they do no repairs on the marina. So the marina's basically falling apart.
Okay, all right. We got some colleagues in the queue, but I'm gonna go to our general counsel first. Attorney Plunkett, the question's been asked, considering that this may be pending litigation, should we be discussing this matter openly on the floor?
My advice to you would be not to be discussing this on the floor.
Okay. Mr. Tompkins, colleagues, under the counsel of our interim general counsel, it's been advised that we not discuss this matter publicly.
Okay.
I would imagine that you do have an attorney.
Yes, and we're waiting on Mr. Manton to set up a date that he said he was going to set up for us to sit down and talk.
All right. Mr. Manton, can you make sure you get that date on the calendar? This is a very important matter before the city.
Yes, sir, Judge.
For us to resolve.
I've sent them several dates and times and had gotten no response from the Port Authority, so.
You need to come to the mic for that to be on the record, please. I'll give you a second. Just let him. Attorney Manton.
Let me turn this one on.
It's on.
Okay, great. Sure, so I actually got several dates from the administrator's office after last month's meeting at the Port Authority. Forwarded those dates to the Port Authority on several occasions to the group that's supposed to meet and have not yet gotten a response other than from the attorney who is supposedly representing the Port Authority, but he did respond and said he does not represent the Port Authority, so we're kind of back at.
Mr. Tompkins, who's your attorney that for record?
And he didn't say that. And Mr. Manton hadn't called me, hadn't sent us anything.
What's the attorney's name?
Ahmad Sheikh.
Ahmad Sheikh.
Yes, he knows who he is, but he hadn't contacted.
Is that the gentleman who said he no longer represents the Port Authority?
That is correct.
Can you get him to send a letter to that fact so that
I have an email from him saying that.
you have an email? Do you have it printed so we can put it on the screen?
I didn't know I needed that today.
No, he doesn't have it because it never happened.
Okay, well, Mr. Tompkins, we're going to ask that Mr. Manton produce that email, and under the advice of our general counsel, we can't discuss this any further. We thank you for being here today, sir.
Oh, okay.
All right, we'll be in touch. I'll make sure that you clarify with your attorney that there's a connection established with Mr. Manton and our inter-house general counsel, okay? Okay. Well, we have Mr. Plunkett as well as backup. Attorney Plunkett, can you make sure that this matter gets resolved and gets scheduled with the general counsel for the Port Authority?
We will endeavor to do that, sir.
Thank you so much, Attorney Plunkett. Madam Clerk, let's move on to the next delegation item.
Item C. Oh, Mr. Mayor, if we could, Ms. Lynch is now in the chamber.
Ms. Lynch, are you here? Come on up, madam. We apologize. We were a little late, too. We're a little late getting started. But thank you for being here.
For having me.
Yes, ma'am. If you will, for the record, please state your name and address.
Bridget Lynch, 3412 Crane Ferry Road, Augusta, Georgia, 30907.
Thank you, ma'am. You have the floor in 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. I've come to you all once again asking that the fees be waived for the Augusta Commons. I have a 501c3 organization. It is for HIV/AIDS awareness called the Fatty Marshall Foundation. And over the years, we have had to cancel a lot of events because of lack of support for an HIV program. People hear HIV, they tend to run away instead of coming in and to support. So I came up with the wine festival in order to pull people in over here because people like to have fun. If I pull them in over here, then I can tell them about this. So last year, we had the weather against us. There were a lot of homecomings that was against us, but we still had a great turnout. Well, pleasable turnout. So I'm here again because I have done my homework. I'm not going to be clashing with any homecomings. I have a lot more people coming out to help because of what they saw on last year. And we were able to help a lot of families for Christmas. And what we do for Christmas is sponsor the women and children that have HIV in the CSRA.
All right, Ms. Lynch. Do you have a monetary value on your ask? I think the ask is just to waive the rental fees
To
and the
waive
state.
the rental and the stage fee. I will, once again, be responsible for the insurance, marshals, fire department, police department, security, electricians.
Okay. Well, I think we need to direct this to our administrator. Administrator Allen, I hate to put you on the spot, but we need to, well, you know what? Let's go to Parks and Rec. The Parks and Rec director. Come on down. You can stay right there. I'll ask Director Williams to come to the other side. I just want to make sure that we're being fair and equitable to the city's resources as it relates to requests for waiving of rental fees and the stage. Director Williams, thank you so much. Historically, have we done this, the waiving of rental fees and stage fees? Has this been done in the past?
Yes, and last year, this was, request came from the, Ms. Lynch, and it was back in October that it was, the event supposed to took place, and so last year around March, was when she came and asked the first time. And so I guess as she stated, she re-looked at the dates and, planning to do August.
Yes.
And so it was approved by commission the first time. However, we have, I think the latter part of last year, because we know that we have actually a fee waiver policy in our department, that we have for a couple of events have then used that policy that's already in place. And the approval would be at my level.
Okay.
So it would just be, I guess, because she came today, if you determine if you want to approve it or if you want to just do it through the fee waiver policy in our department.
All right, so I guess my question for the governing body, is it okay that we put this at the discretion of the department director, or is this something that we want to involve ourselves in?
So move.
All right, you got to put that in the form of a motion, sir. So you put it in the form of a motion to let this be decided by the department director and not the commission? Commissioner
Mayor,
Finfield?
I move that we put this at the discretion of the department director using their policy.
Thank you so much. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second by the commissioner from the 6th. All right, colleagues. Madam Clerk, do we have to do a vote, or do I just have to see if there's any objection? All right, we got to vote. Let's vote, colleagues. And while we're voting, Director Williams, I guess you would review the calendar to make sure that there are no conflicts, things in that. Okay, you got it. And Director, can you clarify the policy if you don't mind? How do you determine? Because I could imagine.
It's a fee waiver policy. There's, fill out, application forms, give you all details on the event. We actually have a committee that comes together, review it, make sure everything is good, and then we contact the individual approval or denial.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, you want to poll us a vote, please?
That motion carries 7-1 with Mr. Garrett voting no.
Thank you, Madam
And
Clerk.
Mr. Johnson, Ms. Pulliam, and Ms. Scott out.
Ms. Lynch, best of luck to you with your event
Thank
this
you
year.
so much.
All right, you have a great day.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, let's move on. I think that takes us to Delegation C, please.
Mr. Lawrence Brannon, relative to resolution discuss and interaction during the March 10th, 2026 special call meeting.
Mr. Brandon, this is a special kind of delegation today, buddy. All right. Are you prepared? You ready? Or you need us to move you down a little bit? Are you prepared now? You want to? You prepared? All right, sir.
Yeah, we know.
I need to put this up.
All right, let's get it on the screen. I'll give you a few minutes before we get that on the screen to get you started. I see you have an assistant with you today.
Oh, yes. Yes.
He was at our meeting Monday.
Okay.
There's the ticket.
I think this is the youngest delegation we've had in the history of the city of Augusta, Georgia. Mr. Brandon, if you will, state your name and address.
Okay. Lawrence Brandon, 445 Fenwick Street, Augusta, Georgia, 30901.
You have the floor, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and may it please the commission. During last week's special call meeting, I learned that a charter review committee member sought to restructure the language of Section 140 of Article 5, Chapter 1 of the Charter and Laws of Local Application within the Augusta-Richmond County Code, a section I know well. Last year, I stood in this very chamber on 2 separate occasions requesting an amendment to the same section, yet no action was taken. Both times, I was instructed to take the issue to CRC. When I finally brought the matter to CRC, a representative from Carl Vinson informed the committee that Section 140 was a policy issue. In good faith, I accepted that explanation. But last week raised a serious question. If Section 140 is merely a policy issue, then why are CRC members attempting to rewrite it? But that is neither here nor there, because actually I did agree with them on some of it. Because the moment the rewriting of Section 140 was placed on the table, it opened the door for me to bring forward the amendment I am presenting today. Now, Mr. Mayor, let us not forget that since setting out on this mission to bring justice-involved persons within a protective realm, I have been forced to navigate a series of delay and diversion tactics. A mayor who withdrew his support, I'm not a mayor, I'm sorry, I don't want to get you like that, I'm sorry. A commissioner who withdrew his support after conversations with the well-known Atlanta-based group. A local delegate of that same group stopping me right outside the chamber, urging me to step aside so they could take over. Attending a jail population committee meeting on this very issue that felt more like being behind enemy lines rather than walking into a good faith discussion. Taking the matter to CRC, only to be told it was a policy issue. And then no sooner than I left that meeting, watching the same commissioner who had gone behind my back attempt to seize control of the process by placing the matter on the agenda before I could present the very amendment I am bringing today. Mr. Mayor, he ain't paying me no attention. Mr. Mayor, this body has done everything possible to wear me down by placing roadblock after roadblock in my path. Yet, I am still here. That should tell you something. But the game ends today. I am going on record to declare that Section 140 of Article 5, Chapter 1 of the Charter and Laws of Local Application within the Augusta-Richmond County Code violate constitutional guarantees and must be corrected. In short, this policy is unconstitutional, and I will tell you why. After months of studying, I am convinced that this policy will not survive a true and thorough rational basis constitutional challenge. In City of Cleburne v. Cleburne Living Center, the Supreme Court held that the government may not treat one group differently from others without a rational basis for doing so, and that it cannot rely on mere negative attitudes, fears, or stereotypes to justify exclusion. The court also held that laws that are over-inclusive or under-inclusive in ways unrelated to legitimate government objectives violate the Equal Protection Clause because the Constitution forbids arbitrary and irrational classifications. Justin Byron Scott, writing for the majority, and I'm almost done, y'all. I know y'all probably don't care to hear it, but I got to get it out because it's my last time presenting. Justice Byron Scott, writing for the majority, wrote that the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment commands that no state shall deny to any person within this jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws, which is essentially a direction that all persons similarly situated should be treated alike. I submit to you today that when Section 140 extends protections to certain traditionally disadvantaged groups while excluding justice-involved individuals who face the same, if not more severe, structural barriers, then these policies are doing exactly what Cleburne forbids. They are denying to some what they freely grant to others without any rational basis. That is the very definition of an arbitrary and under-inclusive classification, and under the Equal Protection Clause, it cannot stand. And just as importantly, the court made clear that the government cannot justify exclusion by leaning on mere negative attitudes of fear because prejudice, whether dressed up as caution, discomfort, or political convenience, can never serve as a legitimate governmental interest under the Equal Protection Clause. Please understand what I am telling you today. This policy is unconstitutional. I made a declaration long ago that I would see this fight through, and I intend to honor that commitment. What began as a simple request for fairness has now evolved into a full constitutional challenge, and I am fully prepared to advance this matter into the next phase of the legal process. I have spent months studying the rational basis analysis, examining how courts evaluate arbitrary and under-inclusive classifications. I am confident in my ability to present this issue before judiciary if that becomes necessary. I have played this humiliating game long enough, and we can't deny that I got humiliated throughout this process. We can't deny that. It is time to fish or cut bait. Under Section 141 of the current charter, this commission possesses clear authority to amend Section 140 by a 2/3 vote. And that is the request I am making today. Now, I'm about to close out. I want to speak briefly on Monday's Ban the Box work group. I had the pleasure of attending the Ban the Box work group with 4 commissioners present. Unfortunately, and I assume he ain't here for a reason. Unfortunately, District 1 forgot that this commission insisted and agreed that I would serve and act as co-chair on this matter. Yet once again, I was not involved in any of the planning or discussions leading up to the meeting. In fact, had it not been for you, Mr. Mayor, or Mayor Pro Tem, I would not have known that meeting was happening at all. I'm closing out. I got a couple paragraphs left.
You're up against the clock.
Okay. Now, we in good faith cannot continue down this path. However, there was some good that came out of the meeting. The 3 other commissioners that attended appeared genuinely engaged and willing to support the development of a meaningful second chance policy. The concern, however, is whether that attendance reflected genuine commitment or election year optics, particularly for districts 2 and 6 who are up for re-election. Now, I sincerely hope that is not the case, because I like everybody up here. I sincerely hope that's not the case. Therefore, as co-chair of Ban the Box, because I got to reclaim my position because they ain't going to give it to me. Therefore, as co-chair, that's all I got.
I heard Mr. Brown.
Therefore, as co-chair of the Ban the Box and Second Chance Policy Work Group, and after hearing the affecting stories shared by Monday's speakers, I call on Districts 2 and District 6 specifically to put the motion on the floor and second their motion to make sure we ain't playing politics. I further call on my co-chair, who ain't here for obvious reasons.
Mr. Tompkins, Mr. Brannon, Mr. Tompkins, I think our attorney may have. Oh, okay. I see you moving. All right. Continue, sir.
Okay. If he was here, I'd call on him to support the motion, but I call on everybody to support it, right? I mean, if we having the meetings, they're conveniently having the meetings now. Not doing so sends a strong signal that at Monday's work group, the cameras matter more than the policy, and that the identity of the person bringing the proposal carries more weight than the substance of the proposal itself.
Mr. Brannon.
I got 1 sentence left, Mr. Mayor. 1 sentence. If Districts 2 and 6 choose not to act, then I respectfully request that any member of this body place the motion on the floor. I welcome the commission's questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brannon. And first, let me congratulate you. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Brannon has been accepted to law school.
Thank you.
You already sound like an attorney, so you're well on your way. So first, I want you to clarify Section 130, because you said you wanted a motion and you wanted to vote 2/3 majority. Ladies and gentlemen, that requires a charter change. Are you stating that this requires a charter change? Is that what you're stating, the reason for your motion?
Right, it will require a charter change, and this is based on what happened last week, what I saw happen last week. I feel like I know it can happen. It will require a charter change, but what it does, it protects the government. I worked hard on this language. I worked hard on this language to protect the government, to place discretion solely at the government's hand and keep them protected from any frivolous litigation, by placing nonviolent criminal histories and prior justices. The language is specifically written for this purpose, to protect the government, and while also opening the doors. Substantial rehabilitation. Now, let me explain what substantial rehabilitation is. Today, right? Matter of fact, today is my 6 years clean. Now, 6 years in my sobriety, where am I now? That's substantial rehabilitation. 6 years, that's good enough. 2 years, if you decide that's not good enough, well, that's fine. Now, when we start getting along 4 or 5 years, no criminal involvement, and a substantial show of rehabilitation, well, that person might need some guarantees. You know, that
right.
person might need some guarantees.
Thank you, Mr. Brandon. Hold just tight. Commissioner Don Clark from the 5th, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Brandon, first of all, thanks for the presentation. This particular topic is going before the Charter Review Committee, correct? Are they still discussing this?
I wouldn't know, but I do know that under Section 140, this body can accept it today.
All right, give me a second. Mr. Mayor, can I ask the attorney a question?
Yes, sir. Proceed, please.
Attorney Plunkett, can you clarify that, sir?
The issue was, it was brought before as possibly as a speaker at a workshop, and I think Mr. Brandon was correct, is that it was considered more of a policy issue as opposed to a procedural issue, which is most of what the Charter Review, of whether or not to create an additional protected class. And so they were saying that's a policy that this body would need to incorporate, as opposed to Charter Review kind of, I don't mean to sound negative, but slide something in like that was a major alteration of what y'all's policy has been in the past.
Yeah. What's our normal policy or our normal procedural steps that we take before we make policy changes? Don't we usually send it through legal for you all to vet and determine everything is in order?
To be quite honest, Mr. Commissioner, we have not had to have something this magnitude to be discussed before.
Okay.
I think that's it's a major
Change.
deviation from
Right.
what your federal laws and state laws in that regard. I do want to caution the amount of conversation you'll have about this, because I'm not sure if Mr. Brandon was being, talking or serious, but he said that he was going to take this to the next level of judiciary review. So that's, in my world, that's a pending
Litigation.
a threatened litigation there if we don't take some action. So I would just urge caution as we discuss this matter today.
All right. I appreciate that, Attorney Plunkett. Mr. Brandon, as always, appreciate you doing your due diligence and your homework on this. We want to definitely make sure if there's going to be a change of this magnitude that we do all levels of verification and validation in that regard. So now, as far as I want to go back to the co-chair piece, I know when we first talked about doing some level of workshop or otherwise, I know initially we had brought it up and we stated that, hey, we want you to be a part of this and so on. I know initially you were opposed to it at that time. So I'm assuming now you're open to the opportunity of being included in it, but I don't think we ever stated about a co-chair role. I know we said we wanted you to be a part of it, but I don't think we ever stated a particular role.
All right, I'm going to push back on you a little bit. I really suggest you go back and watch the September 30th meeting and the October 7th meeting, because you were one of the ones that said it. Because remember, I was animated that day. You was like, no, you should have a part in this.
I absolutely said you should have a part in it. I didn't say co-chair. I just said you should have a part in it for sure.
It was said.
Okay, so we'll check that piece of it out. But I think I still stand on what I stated for the reasons that I stated, that you should absolutely be a part of it.
Okay.
Bottom line.
All right.
You've brought this issue up to us numerous times. You've been very, very passionate about it. You've shown your due diligence in numerous ways with ensuring that this is a prioritized topic for us.
2+ years.
Yeah. So
We're just now having a workshop.
right.
2 months out from election.
Well,
I'm just looking for a vote.
yeah. All right. So I know you're making that point, but I'm not. I'm just trying to stay fixed on. I'm trying to stay fixed on the point that you're bringing up, that this is an important topic. We need to make sure that you're included in it. We need to make sure also that our legal team and our department has the opportunity to go through the specifics for this policy change for sure. But I think if there has been any exclusion of you from that workshop, then we need to rectify that as well. And we'll do that for sure. So I don't think we need to make a vote or make a motion for that. I just think we need to make sure that it's on the record that Lawrence Brandon is stating that he wants to be a part of that workshop and wants to be a part of whatever happens with bringing some remediation towards this policy.
All right, thank you.
correct? And that's what you're saying on the record today, that you absolutely want to be a part of that.
That is not what I'm saying on the record today. I was supposed to be a part of it. I am about to leave. This thing was conveniently started. I'm not coming all the way back from Atlanta from law school just to attend a workshop, Mr. Clark, Mr. Commissioner. This could have been taken. I presented this issue respectfully. I've presented this issue 2+ years. We got to stop using the delay and diversion tactics. When Mr. Fouché brought that up here last week, that was on the spot. Why can't it be on the spot today? You see, there's a level of fairness that has to play out. I really wish this commission respectfully would stop thinking I am stupid. I really wish
Mr.
this
Brandon,
body, I think that's what's going on, man.
No one thinks that, Mr. Brandon.
I really do. I mean, it's clear. All right.
All right, we're gonna.
All right.
All right, the commissioner from the 5th yields. Chair recognizes the
Well,
commissioner.
I don't yield yet, Mr. Mayor. I think the biggest thing is, I guess we're kind of confused on what we're really talking about, because Mr. Brandon is saying he wants to be the co-chair, but he's saying he can't be available for the meeting. I want to make sure he's a part of it. So, it's no motion for us to make. I mean, it's simple. If we have a constituent that wants to be a part of something that we're doing, we include him in it. But he's telling us that he can't be a part of it because he's about to leave. And that's what I was trying to get some clarity on.
Right. Let me clarify that real quick, Mr. Mayor. I did not say I wanted to be a part of it going forward. I said I was supposed to be co-chair prior to that meeting. That's what I was saying, just to clear that up.
And for the record, Mr. Brandon is asking for a vote
That's all I want. If you're gonna vote no, vote no. This
on
is
section 130.
right. Section the amendment to section 140.
All right.
Because this body has the power, and all. If you vote no, just vote no. Because see, what I think is going on, Mr. Mayor, I think people don't want to vote because they faking, because there's a little feigning interest, but there's no real interest, and so there's no vote because you have to show your hand when you vote. That's classic politics. Now I really like this body up here, I really do, but 2 years. All I'm asking for is a vote. If you don't want to do it, just vote no. I'm not bringing it back. I can't bring it back because I'm about to go.
Thank you, sir. Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Mr. Lawrence. Thank you. Thank you for 2 years coming before us. I'm going to get to this in a minute. But as far as people behind the dais thinking you're stupid, no, I don't. You ought to know that more than anything. I still retain your letter that you sent me. But I do wish you well on your new enrollment to the law school in Atlanta. As I said in privately, I'll say it in publicly. Anything I could do, I will be there for you. I'll be there for your little girl and your family.
I believe you.
That's coming from my heart.
I believe you.
I want to see you succeed. A lot of people do.
I believe that.
With what you're bringing before us today as a charter change, we all know what that is. It's a charter change, and a simple majority, it takes 8 out of 11 of us to support it. In order for us to change it, one, there's probably people behind the dais, commissioners, it's not people, commissioners behind the dais going, exactly what are we changing? We see the highlighted words. Is that what you want in or out?
Yeah, I didn't take anything out. I just put that in. I didn't take anything out. I just added it.
Oh, you added the ones in highlighted?
I didn't take anything out. What's highlighted is what I added to it.
Okay. Can I ask the attorney something, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir. Proceed, Attorney Plunkett.
Attorney, you see the draft that Mr. Lawrence Brennan had presented before us. Is this doable, or normally, Mr. Brandon, normally before we do something this magnitude, we at least had time to sit there and study it to make sure. And I think you know that as well as I do. But if it's something that the attorney says, hey, yeah, absolutely, we can support it, I'll be the one to make a motion.
So, Mr. Mayor, I think there's a couple of different issues. Mr. Brandon, I've actually spoke one time about some issues in terms of the second chance issues. The issue that was in the charter review was, not charter review, but the workshop on on Monday is basically creating protected classes, which expands the potential for discrimination cases. I would say that if somebody was being discriminated, I don't think it actually has to be in this document for them to assert that. I think there's some concern about creating an additional protected class, and I've shared that with Mr. Brandon before. And I think that's kind of the issue here is, does this body want to expand the potential cases that could be brought against the county? And, my recommendation would be to minimize the number of cases that could be brought against you, not expand the number of cases that could. So if a court compelled you to expand it because of federal law, by all means, you could put it there, but you wouldn't have to because federal law would control. But as far as, Mr. Brandon saying that he's been here for 2.5 years, I can appreciate the frustration, but, at the end of the day, it's up to the commission to decide when they want to bring things to a vote. It is not necessarily a speaker's decision to when y'all bring something to a vote. And if you wish to just simply accept his speech for information purposes, that's perfectly fine. You could also say, I want to have a motion to add this as a protected class, or the negative of that. I don't want to do it. But, I appreciate his frustration, and I would be as well if I was as passionate with something as he is. But you don't have to vote. That's not a requirement of y'all to do that today.
I have a question for Interregional Council.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Interregional Council, what in that language would open the door for litigation by taking the discretion solely out the hand of the Human Resources Department? I sent Interregional Council a copy of the policy in Atlanta, and I showed him where that policy will open up litigation because it has simple language, criminal history status. That opens the door. That opens the door. This right here, read the language. Citizens who have faced documented barriers to employment, such as nonviolent criminal histories or prior justice system involvement. That's discretionary. In furtherance of this policy, the commission shall also encourage equitable participation by qualified citizens with documented justice system involvement who can demonstrate substantial rehabilitation and who meet all necessary requirements for contracting or procurement. That's discretionary. That's not saying you have to do it. That leaves it into the hands of human resources. And I get it, Interregional Council wants to shut me down. I look up, I like Interregional Council.
No, I don't think he wants to shut you down, Mr.
I get it, but I was very, very careful with this language. I spent hours on this. Probably days on this, trying to get this language right. It is nothing like that policy they passed in Atlanta. Nothing like it. And I think I really, really think that's known. But if you don't want to pass it, fine. I want to vote. That's all I want. If it's 8 no's, I'm fine with that.
Okay, I can understand that. I did speak with Mr. Brandon after that workshop that they had, and he was telling me about the gentleman who was speaking. I guess it was a gentleman that was speaking, but the conversation that was being had in the workshop was copied after the Fulton County, I guess it was. But what Mr. Brandon is trying to do is protect us, protect our city, protect this organization from lawsuits, and where he's talking about the, documented justice service system involvement or demonstrate substantial rehabilitation. What Mr. Brandon had brought us before is where you could show 5 years of clean, and it's not felonies. I think these were misdemeanors, which he was bringing forward to us in the past, but not the big criminal, because the last thing I want to do is put somebody that has a criminal history next to one of our ladies or employees that's not aware of it. And that's a big issue, because if something went wrong and the commission was aware of it, that we did put somebody with a felony or et cetera, and they caused harm. And I'll never forget that in North Augusta, The janitorial company that had hired a convicted felon on the Do Right program, but he ended up killing one of the employees and shoving her in the dumpster. Well, ever since that moment, that man's out of business. That's a shame. But that family lost its mother, sister, aunt, whoever. But I do understand. So, Mr. Attorney, if we put this wording in just to protect our organization, can we do so?
Mr. Commissioner, I don't know that necessarily that it's necessary. I do find that the language, the last sentence of A, creates a new class. And so that's where your litigation comes from, potentially.
Okay.
And so, you know, we classically know sex, religion, gender, things of that nature as being protected classes. So now that someone who was previously just as impacted is now someone who could claim that they were not hired for discriminatory purposes, whether or not they win or not win on the suit, you're now defending the suit and you're taking HR's time in that regard. As far as the vote or no vote, you know, I think that that's y'all's call, but if you wish me to try to incorporate or review some type of language or policy that would address just as impacted people and work with the workshop, I am more than happy to do that. But would advise you from taking a quick response to create a new protected class in today's meeting. I would, the direction is fine, but don't just so quickly, and I realize maybe it's been 2 years, but we're talking about a 10-minute vote to create a whole new protected class. I would not do that.
Mm-hmm.
Can we delegate you to actually look at this and see what you could bring back that actually protects this city, this organization, and as well as the employees that works within it?
It is our job to do what y'all direct us to do. So if you want us to look at it and come up with language, we're more than happy to suggest language to you and then advise you whether or not we think it's appropriate to adopt it. But we're more than happy to look at it. We've done some of this previously based on these prior conversations. You know, so I'm expecting that as a byproduct of your workshop that we'll be directed to do that anyway. So I'm happy to go ahead and get a head start on it.
Why don't we do that, Mr. Attorney? My motion is to go ahead and delegate the attorney to move forward with this doc to where it could be rewritten to protect this city, this organization, as well as the employees.
There's a motion.
Mr. Brandon,
is there
thank you.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Don Clark.
Got one.
Commissioner Wembley, the floor is yours. Commissioner from the 4th. You're all right. Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a second that we direct our attorney to look at language that protects the city.
I mean, y'all know, let me get this out. How long is this gonna take? Really, how long is this gonna take? This is another delay tactic. How long is this one gonna take? You know, are we gonna do this and then a month later, when I'm really got one foot out the door to head off, and we're gonna come back in here and then nothing is done and we're gonna go through this whole process? This is only delay tactics. And I'm not upset with this body, but I just want this body to understand that I see what is going on. If you don't want to do it, just don't do it. I know interim general counsel don't really want to do it.
Well, that's an assumption, Mr. Brandon.
Okay, I'm sorry. I won't assume. I won't assume in public on open floor. I won't do that. My apologies.
Well, I'll tell you, I'll speak on behalf of the body of the action that was just taken. This body has actually put out a motion with a proper second to have the attorney to look at it. So it could have easily been received as information and no action been taken. But in this case, at least it's moving the other way, where we will have a deliverable back to you in a timely manner from the attorney on what actions can be taken. I think that's a win today. I believe that's a win because...
Okay.
All right, Madam Clerk, I see you were busy multitasking. All right, so we're ready to vote.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
And ladies and gentlemen, I really appreciate your patience. This has been about a 30-minute conversation, but it's a very important one. As you know, so many people has had their lives impacted by mistakes they've made in their younger days, and they deserve an opportunity to rehabilitate themselves and have gainful access to paying jobs to where they can support themselves and their families. And Mr. Brandon obviously is very passionate about that, and we certainly understand that, and thank him for being here today. Let's vote, please.
That motion carries with Mr. Jordan Johnson out.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Mr. Brandon, thank you for being here. Thank you for bringing a beautiful baby. Please tell the mother we said hello. Madam Clerk, let's move to the next item, please.
Yes, sir. Item D, Mr. Dan Scott, Glendale Historic Preservation Committee's Consolidated Follow-Up Progress Report from residents to Commissioner Jordan Johnson and the Commission.
Welcome, Mr. Scott. Good day, sir. How are you? Well, for the record, please state your name and address, please.
Yes, I reserve the right not to state my address on the agenda item request.
Yes, sir. You can do that. Your name?
Dan Scott.
You got it. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Yes, sir. I came to give a follow-up report to Commissioner Jordan Johnson and the rest of the commission, also Commissioner Scott, in regards to Commissioner Johnson's last visit to the community. It was on October the 8th, 2025. Commissioner Johnson came through and he did a wellness check and a assessment. He went to, I accompanied him. It was raining that day. He had his umbrella, still came out. We went to a few neighbors' houses, sat down and had some discussions in regards to some positive and constructive things that he feel we can move forward with in the community. Out of that report, since then, Commissioner Scott, the residents that Commissioner Johnson met with and some more individuals, we decided to form an association under OCGA, Georgia Code 2-6-9. That was one of the outcomes because we needed infrastructure in order to move forward with some things. The other thing that came out of it was that we formally decided that we want to move forward with with historic preservation status. National level, and we may possibly be looking at local level, but this is for national level. And wanted to know how could we move forward now, working with the commission and getting the Glendale community to that stage. There are other things that we saw as far as infrastructure, stormwater mitigation issues that need to be addressed. Commissioner Johnson since then has had some crews in the community. The older residents have seen that and noticed some of those things are happening. We have one major issue with 2234 White Road. It's on the back of Glendale. I have sent several emails to particular parties of the commission in regards to how that wetland is invading several houses on Wharton Drive, the whole strip, and it's invading their yards. So at this moment, we just basically, we're notifying the commission that we, and Jordan Johnson, that we formed under OCGA 2-6-9 for an association, and we also now want to move forward with our historic preservation status.
Does that conclude your presentation, Mr. Scott?
Yes, sir. That's all that I had to state. Yeah.
All right. Chair recognizes Commissioner Francine Scott from Renee.
Good afternoon, Mr. Scott. Have you all been in touch with the Historic Society?
About a couple of years ago, we reached out, but no, you guys have two historic, you have one that's separate, a nonprofit that's not under the city. The one that's on the committee that's associated with the city of Augusta, we have not. And we wanted some help and assistance with that.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
You have my number. I'll give you my card, and let me see how we can go forward with that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you much, Commissioner Scott.
That's it.
That's it, sir. We don't have any, Mr. Scott, we don't have any more colleagues in the queue. Thank you for being here today, and thank you for giving us an update on your work. Madam Clerk, it takes us to, I think, the final delegation item for today, please.
Item E, Ms. Zakia Marbury, regarding update from the mayor relative to the implementation of allowing residents to state only their name for the record before speaking during public meetings.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Ms. Mabry, welcome back. Happy Wednesday.
Happy Wednesday to you. Apologies for my voice. I've been under the weather. These allergies in Georgia, I tell you. For the record, my name is Zakia Mabry, and I'll be brief today. So, good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, staff. This room or watching virtually, remember September 11th, 2001. Some may not have even been alive, but I certainly remember that day. At that time, I was living in Northern Virginia, in Arlington, a few miles from the Pentagon. And I want to be very clear about what that means to me and what it means, hopefully, to you. From my balcony in my condo, I can see smoke. I felt the building shake. Couldn't use my cell phone because the systems, I believe, it stopped because of the Pentagon being hit. I watched the traffic on I-95 go all directions south. Moments later, well, probably about an hour later, people walking on the side of I-95 on the interstate. That experience is something that stays with you. I'm not going to go into all the details about what my position was at that time with my family members. That's a time for another discussion. But what I want to talk about is what followed as a country. What was not just simply a reflection, it was action. See, as a country, we assessed the risks. We identified the gaps, and we modernized systems to better protect the people. That's why we have TSA. That is why we have the Department of Homeland Security. That is why they exist. Because when you know better, you're supposed to do better. And that brings me to why I'm here today again. At previous meetings, this commission indicated that time was needed by the attorney to research what the topic I came to talk about repeatedly. So it was asked for 2 weeks. It's been 2 weeks. I'm here. And I'm here respectfully to ask for an update on that review of the policy. Because as it stands today, there's a humongous gap, a gap that needs to be addressed. If a resident chooses not to state their personal information, PII, public identifiable information, for those who don't know what PII is, that same information is later published in publicly accessible documents, then the exposure still exists. This is not a different outcome. It is the same exposure, just differently presented. And I want to acknowledge, I understand very well Georgia's open records framework and the importance of transparency and democracy. I get it, I agree with it. But transparency does not require unnecessary publication of PII. Even with open records, within the open records processes, there is room for discretion. And that's hopefully what our legal team can use their judgment to do, including the ability to redact sensitive information. They do that all the time within the federal government when there's sensitive information. So this is not simply a question on whether information can be accessed through a request. Of course, people can request a FOIA. You call it something different here. I can't remember what it is at the moment. But the question is whether we are proactively publishing more than is necessary when we already have the ability to limit that exposure. I enjoyed the discussion that we had a few minutes ago with the gentleman that was before us. And the commissioner from the 6th talked about he wanted to limit risk exposure for individuals who have been rehabilitated. And so you need more time to discuss what that may look like. Okay. But What steps are being taken to address, and what is the anticipated timeline for implementation? Because we do not need a negative incident to occur here in the CSRA, particularly Augusta, because you refuse to implement a solution for a modern government system. We already have information we need to act. We have the information. We just heard, as I mentioned, the concern from Mr. Lawrence. The commissioner mentioned protecting staff from nonviolent persons who have been rehabilitated. But the big pink elephant in the room is, why does that same level of protection not be extended to the residents that you're supposed to serve? Those that want to engage in this process should not have to put themselves in danger. Access upon request is not the same as automatic exposure. And if additional strategy or implementation support is needed, you have local talent right here who can help you. I encourage the commission to engage the appropriate expertise to move this forward efficiently, effectively, and immediately. That expertise does not extend to just the networks that you're used to dealing with, Carl Vinson Institute. Sometimes you have to look outside your small proverbial box to make a meaningful impact. That's all I have for today. And I look forward to the update and knowing what the strategy looks like for a forward motion. Thank you for your time.
All right, Ms. Mabry, thank you so much. Just for clarity for the general public that may not have been here when you were here 2 weeks ago, you're stating your request is your name and address is given when you request to be a member and participate in a delegation, that you don't want to publicly give your address and that it should be redacted from the records that's put out with the publication of the itinerary of the meeting. Is that your request?
No, it's multi-pronged request, actually, sir, if I may.
Sure.
It's not just that. It's, yes, not just me, not just the Kia, but other people, the public. Yes, sir.
Public.
So that's one.
Okay.
Number two, it would be, so when they come here, they don't have to be asked again to speak it. If the clerk has it and it's on the record, there should be some type of systematic process. Can I finish?
Yeah, go ahead.
Answer the question?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so there should be a systematic process where it should be noted that they've already given that information. Everyone's required to give that information when they complete the form. Maybe you should adjust. I mean, I'm a consultant, so I can help you solve the problem. The form, you can have somewhere, I choose not to have it stated in public. You can have that updated on your form. And I understand, like I indicated in my email, it may be a workflow issue. So you might need to strategize on how to fix that. And then the third is when you upload the entire package, if the information is still there that they submitted with their address and phone number, it should be redacted. Because that goes against, that's kind of counterintuitive. If they already said they didn't want to say it publicly, but you're giving it to the whole public when you put your package up, it doesn't make sense.
Okay.
So it's three things.
All right. Madam Clerk, I have a question for you regarding identity. In your process of people requesting to be a member of the delegation, at any point do you have to require them to produce a driver's license or anything?
No, sir.
So essentially, you can have someone to be someone else and say anything. So there's no validation of the person. Like Ms. Mabry could be someone else. How do we provide? And I understand what you're saying. We want to protect people's identity, but I think it has to start from the beginning, to where they have to verify their identity before they can be given the opportunity to speak. And I'm gonna go back to the attorney, and I don't see anybody else in the queue. Attorney Plunkett, under Georgia open record laws, is it permissible to let individuals come speak in a public setting without verifying their identities?
So it's under our rules and procedures, which we are in the process of. There was a motion about 2 weeks ago to have us do that. We're in the process of it. Part of the issue is, as the speaker, and I apologize, I can't pronounce your last name.
It's Dr. Zakia Mabry.
Mabry, Dr. Mabry. And so the issue is, the redaction is a little bit of an issue under open records in terms of doing that. So if it's in the clerk's data input, I want to be a delegation, and it's there. Theoretically, someone could do an open records request for all of the speakers in the last 6 months, and that data would be available because that's not redactable information. The flip of it is that what we're looking at is getting y'all to consider whether or not do you really need that information other for communication purposes. So in we're kind of giving you a little bit of a cafeteria of the person is a speaker, do you live in Richmond County or not? Kind of things like that. It's not something that that we're just glossing over, if that may be. I recognize that what Dr. Mabry is saying is some things are attached when a person doesn't want that to be attached, but the attachment to the agenda item is one issue, but ultimately it would be accessible through open records, and we're trying to figure out how to address that concern that she brought, and so we are looking at that. We're close to having a bundle of information to bring to y'all, and I would think by the next committee cycle, but I think the next committees are not till mid-April. Our goal is to have it to y'all in advance of that, and so that you can kind of look at, we're looking at simple cleanups, but also some more substantive issues like that.
Okay, Ms. Bravery, is that answer satisfactory?
No.
Okay. So let me just say, and I'm not going to go off on a tangent, but do you realize that your information publicly is out there everywhere in our system? If you're a homeowner, especially if you're a homeowner, it's easy to find through GIS. So should we redact all the information in GIS?
Is this a rhetorical or?
No, I'm just asking a question. How do we do it? Because you could give your name, and if you're a property owner in Augusta, Richmond County, people can find you. There's ways you could be found without. So I'm just asking, if we're going to redact names, how do we truly protect your identity and what you're asking? How do we do that?
There's a way to do that. And again, if you want to have a conversation offline, because it's going to take longer to try to explain the nuances of this than the time that's allotted right here, we can have that conversation. Again, the Omni Project Consulting is my organization, or we can go into a business agreement so I can help you fix some of these gaps that are illuminating within the county. But I would be happy, I'm not being sarcastic at all, but if you want to have a conversation offline, we can have a Zoom, I can come in person, and we can work and we can share some thought processes on how to fix this. But at this moment right here, I'm not prepared or willing to go through how to fix the system when the attorney said he needed 2 weeks to come back with actionable information, and now he's saying he needs another month.
So I'm going to ask you, as part of my homework, do you know another government agency, a government body that it works well? Can you give me an example so I can go look at their meetings and see how they do it?
I can email that to you within 24 hours.
Please, because I'd like to see how the communities do it, to see how we can make it work.
I agree, and thank you for asking, and I'm not being sarcastic, but I appreciate your dialogue. You're willing to look at best practices for other organizations.
Certainly.
I'm thankful, and I appreciate that.
You got it. All right. I don't see any colleagues in the queue, but thank you for being here today. And the attorney and his team are working on it. And if you can get me those examples, because I watch a lot of government meetings, and I've done most of them I see, they give name and address or I reside at. I haven't seen many where that information is withheld.
I'll give you a list of at least 5.
All right. In Georgia, hopefully in Georgia.
Well, Georgia, I won't say that. Being a military family and the work that I've done, I travel across Old CONUS, but I can give you some within the United States where it works well.
All right. Thank you so much for being here today.
All right. Thank
Appreciate
you.
All right. All right, Madam Clerk. I think that that takes us out of our delegations.
Right.
And now it's time to move on to the meat of this agenda, the consent agenda.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, you want to...
And are there any addendums? Let's get the addendums.
Yes, sir. You have
first.
them in front of you.
I don't have...
And we have one additional one that we didn't get on the printed agenda. It came in right as I was leaving the office. We will put that on the screen.
All right, let's go ahead and read the addendums in, just for the record, if you don't mind, Madam Administrator.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir, thank you. Item number 1 on the addendum agenda is a motion to approve Augusta Regional Airport, a standard car rental agreement with Avis Budget Car Rental in an amount not to exceed $43,846 for 2026 Masters. This was approved by the Aviation Commission on January 29th, 2026. Item number 2 is the motion to approve an emergency request for Trinity Electrical Services, Inc. in the amount of $56,372 for direct boring and installation of new conduit. This was received as information by our Public Services Committee on March 10th, 2026, and they need a formal vote from the commission. Item number 3 is to approve award of bid item number 26130 for the construction of the Augusta Reservoir Dams Improvements Project to Shear Mutimer Construction, LLC, requested by Commissioner Don Clark. Item number 4 is a motion to correct case number in a previously approved settlement of all claims of Cardis Cheatham against Kyler Firm to read case number 125CV0005 instead of case number 125CV0096 requested by the Law Department. The next item is to approve the emergency request for placement of carrier rooftop unit at E91 Emergency Services Department in the amount of $32,507.21. This was originally approved as receive as information. However, they realized they needed a formal vote from the commission to take action to approve or disapprove. They're recommending approval.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Those are our 5 addendum items. Colleagues, let's go through this consent agenda, please.
All right. Under the planning portion of the agenda, if there are any objectors to our planning petitions, would you please signify your objection by raising your hand once the petition is read? Call your attention to item number 2. It's a request for approval to amend conditions from zoning case Z2434 regarding property located at 2355 Windsor Spring Road. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors to 2355 Windsor Spring Road? None noted, Madam Clerk. Let's continue.
Item number 3 is a request for a special exception for property located at 2500 Craven Street, 2421 Windsor Spring Road, 3401 Lucy Street, and part of 2355 Windsor Spring Road. Zone R1A1 Family Residential. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors? Madam Clerk, hearing or seeing none, let's continue.
Item number 4 is a concurrence with the Planning Commission to approve a petition requesting a special exception to establish a family personal care home located at 3638 Stanton Court. Are there any objectors?
3630 Stanton Court, we have, keep your hands up, 1, 2, 3, 4 objectors, Madam Clerk, so we're going to have to pull that one.
4 objectors, okay.
Number 4.
Call your attention to the public service portion of our agenda. If there are any objectors to any of the alcohol petitions, would you please signify your objections by raising your hand once the petition is read. Item number 5 is a request for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with the location at 1812 Lumpkin Road. Are there any objectors?
Any objections to 1812 Lumpkin Road? Hearing or seeing none, let's continue.
Item number 6. I'm sorry. number 8. It's a request for a retail package beer and wine license to be used at 1959 Kissenbauer Road. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors is 1959 Kinsenbauer Road? Seeing or hearing none, let's continue.
Item number 9 is a request for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with the location at 3317 Peach Orchard Road. Are there any objectors?
Any objections, 3317 Peach Orchard Road? Hearing or seeing none. Let's move on.
Item number 10 is a request for on-premise consumption, beer, wine, and Sunday sales in connection with the location at number 8 James Brown Boulevard. Are there any objections?
Number 8 James Brown Boulevard. Seeing or hearing none, let's move on.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, that concludes our planning and alcohol petition with objectors for item number 4.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Chair recognizes Commissioner Brandon Garrett from the 8th.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to add items 1 and 2 from the addendum agenda to the consent agenda,
So 1 and 2 from the addendum.
as well as item 25, 26, and 30.
25, 26, and 30.
26, number 30. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Garrett. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 5th, Commissioner Don Clark.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to add from the addendum items 3 and 4 for consent.
Yeah,
Oh, the additional one, is that,
from Central Services
That's number
to approve replacement of carrier rooftop at E91 Emergency Services Department in the amount of $32,507.21 by Augusta Chiller Service.
and that was one we received as information?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we just need to vote for that one.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to
Add that to the
add that one to consent as well. I know Commissioner from the 8th added number 25 for consent. I'd like to hear the dialogue from the legal team for 25.
Okay.
All right, Madam Clerk, remove 25.
Remove that. Okay.
And I'd like to make companion items 27 and 28. I'd like to make those companion items since they're both related to the same thing.
We can do that when those come up.
Pulled already. Yeah, it was pulled.
27, 28.
Yeah, 27 and 28, those two are related. So let's just companion item those. Madam Administrator, you have any issue with that? No, sir. Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Want to make sure item number 4
It's pulled? Yes, sir. It's pulled.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 2nd, Commissioner Stacy Pulliam.
Clarification on 25 is back on the agenda, correct? Yes. Did Commissioner Clark just state that he, okay, all right.
What number are you talking, 20?
25, so we are discussing it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Motion to approve as stated.
Second.
Commissioner Brandon Garrett has called for a motion to approve as stated, and that's seconded by Commissioner from the 5th, Commissioner Don Clark. Madam Clerk, seeing no colleagues in the queue for discussion, we're prepared to vote.
That motion carries with Mr. Jordan Johnson out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Top to bottom, let's start off with item 4, please.
Item number 4 is a request for concurrence with the Planning Commission to approve a petition by Linda Williams requesting a special exception to establish a personal care home affecting property located at 3638 Stanton Court.
Thank you, ma'am. Folks from planning and zoning. All right. Hello, sir. How you doing today?
Good afternoon.
All right, let's go to it.
All right, essentially, this is a approval of a special exception request for a family personal care home. The home itself is located on a 0.19 acre parcel. It is 1,172 square feet. The applicant is proposing 4 clients. Home itself contains 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, and it is situated. There's no existing family personal care homes within 1,200 feet of the property. And the Planning Commission approved this request with a 6-5 vote with 6 conditions with the special exception. And that concludes the background request.
Thank you, sir. All right, we got is the petitioner here. Is anybody representing the petitioner for this project? I know there's some objectors. Is the petitioner present?
I don't see her.
You don't
here.
see her. All right. Objectors, is there someone that wants to come up and speak on behalf of your group? Madam President, everyone knows you, but for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Octavia Holloway Collins. I reside at 2711 Cardigan Court, Hesper, Georgia, 30815. I am the president of the Richmond County Neighborhood Association Alliance.
And I see you have a co-presenter for the record, please, sir.
Yes, my name is John Covington. I live in 3562 Monte Carlo Drive, Augusta, Georgia.
All right, you guys have the floor. On the reason for your objection, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, commissioners. Personal care homes. We've been here before, and I know how some of you feel about it. However, this is in a neighborhood, Pepper Ridge subdivision. Also, there are currently, to the best of my knowledge, 2 active personal care homes in that subdivision, and potentially 4. Now, I know they said that there's not one within, what was it, 1,200 or whatever the distance, but that's not the issue. This is a subdivision. It is not a place where we normally want to have businesses. And for some reason, we seem to keep adding personal care homes. And once again, I'll state I have nothing against people that needs to be in personal care homes. That might be me one day. My issue is where we're locating the personal care homes. Now, I would be sarcastic and say maybe it doesn't matter because it's not your neighborhood, but I'm not going to say that. What I will say is we need you to consider denying this request based on the fact that it's my understanding that there are other personal care homes in that subdivision, and some of them are actually kind of undercover. So having said that, I'm going to let the gentleman to my left speak further pertaining to that. But please consider not approving this request based on the fact it is a neighborhood, personal care home, it's a business, and we're not discriminating against anyone. But at some point in time, we have got to understand that this is not a place for a business. It's residential.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
We oppose this approval. It's a R1C, no, it's a R1A residential area. We've had several personal care homes in our neighborhood, and our neighborhood is one of the largest neighborhoods I have ever encountered in Georgia, Florida, Atlanta. People always refer about how large Atlanta is, but normally their communities only exist of about 500 to 600 homes in that neighborhood. Our neighborhood consists of 1,267 homes, and it's approximately 95% occupied. We have enough trouble trying to keep our neighborhood safe and keeping up the standards as it is. When if you approve this personal care home, we are inviting businesses to also require a license to operate in a neighborhood. Now, that puts another burden on the community, puts another burden of safety officers. Personal care homes, let's understand something. Most personal care homes are not inspected. The state of Georgia, they're governed by the state of Georgia, but they don't have enough people to go around annually to make sure personal care homes are up to the standards they're supposed to be. So a lot of violations occur, and only people that have to deal with it are the people in the neighborhood. A couple of years ago, we had people from one of the personal care homes wandering around trying to find their homes or where they reside, because those personal care homes need to be guarded to make sure that the individuals in the personal care home are cared for. This caused a problem for the community. Now, like I said, we have over 1,267 homes in Pepperidge. We only have 2 entrances or exits. This causes a problem with transportation. People driving down the street, as a matter of fact, we got some speed humps to slow down the traffic on some of the streets. Now, you must realize that some of the streets in Pepperidge are approximately 1.5 miles long. We have 2 streets that length and several streets that are more than 1 mile. So this causes a risk for people driving their cars on the street, and it's a risk for the people in the personal care home if they don't have an area that will maintain them within the area by having a fence. And this home does not have a fence around it where the clients can come out and walk around and get some fresh air. If they don't have the fence, now it's a problem for the individuals that are in that care. They're locked in a house, they can't go outside, and they're regulated to about, I think it's 5 feet by 8 feet per square space. So it kind of keeps them confined, so you can understand why people want to go outside or get some fresh air. And by a business, this is a business, and they are required to allow people to come and visit the people in the personal care homes. So we have more traffic. And number 3, the garbage is excessive. So now we have this problem with having 1 canister for trash for approximately 4 people, 4 adults. Once this is approved for 4 adults, actually, by it having 3 bedrooms, that company can ask for an upgrade and make that 6 clients. No one would inspect it because we are short on manpower in the city to go out and inspect and make sure they're up to the standards. And the state is overwhelmed because this is a big business. It's blooming up as a small entity, but it expands because by the multiplicity of the personal care homes. So we do not wish to have this excessive burden.
Thank you, sir.
And once again, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, as he stated, it is a business, and this is a residential area. And I know sometimes we feel compelled to approve these personal care homes, and I can empathize with that. However, there should be a proper location, and we're saying this is not the proper location for that personal care home. And we want you to take that into consideration. And I know some people will say, well, as far as the trash, they can order additional receptacles or whatever. That's not the major issue. The major issue is this is a residential area, and the homeowners would prefer no personal care homes. And as we stated before, you already have some there, and you don't want to continue to add additional ones to that subdivision.
Thank you. I just want to hear from the planning department because certain personal care homes are permissible, and just give us the clear guidelines on those, the ones that does not require them to come before this body.
Or less.
Yeah, there's a tier of for personal care homes. You have the personal care homes, which is 3 or less.
3 or less.
That is not occupied by the resident. And you have a family personal care home, which is 4 to 6, which this is, and it is permissible through a special exception in the R1 zones.
Okay.
Then you go up to a higher level group personal care home and congregate personal care homes, and those require a higher zoning than R1. And so the applicant, in the category that she's in, she is allowed to have up to 6 if the conditions are proper. In this case, she only has 3 bedrooms, so she's limited to 4, and she's requesting 4.
She's requesting 4. All right. We're going to go to the colleagues, but keep in mind that the petitioner's not here, so I don't think it's appropriate we take action today and that they need to be present. But we're going to go through the process.
I'm in total agreement with that because it would not be fair to them.
You're exactly right. All right. Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you. And I would like to thank y'all for speaking up on behalf of the association. 1,267 citizens or houses in that neighborhood. I swear y'all got 1,000 stop signs in y'all's neighborhood. Y'all got more stop signs. And that becomes a safety issue, Kevin Boyd.
Yes.
Because I got a good friend of mine that lives in Pepperidge, and I try to find them every time, but I got to use my Waze, and I have to call them and say, give me your address again. Normally, on the most circumstances, you can go to somebody's house. But in Pepperidge, if you turn left or right when you ain't supposed to, you'll end up where you shouldn't be. Yes. I do realize that this doesn't stop the process. The owner could still occupy this house with 3 or less people or people that they're taking care of. The only thing, if we deny this, it stops anything from 4 to 6.
That's correct.
But I think what you're going to find out is it's more of a concern on the safety because them are going to be elderly, they're going to be in need, they're going to need health care, and if an ambulance comes down that road, they ain't going to be able to find it easily, shall I say. If you went down Pepperidge, you'll see. It's just, you get lost so easily. But Kevin, you had stated, Mr. Boyd, I apologize.
Oh, you're fine.
Mr. Boyd, you had stated it came through planning and zoning based on 5 contingents.
Yeah, we actually had 6 conditions, and to address one of the citizens' concern, one of the conditions of approval is that the backyard be fenced entirely with a 6-foot privacy fence. And there are 5 other conditions.
What are they?
The very first one is that the home be limited to the 4 residents as applied for. Any lived-in staff members will be included in that total occupancy count. Number 2, as stated, the backyard is entirely enclosed by a 6-foot privacy fence. Number 3 is a successful code enforcement inspection is required prior to issuance of a business license. Number 4 is that the applicant must obtain a City of Augusta business license and maintain a valid license with the state of Georgia, proof of compliance with the minimum requirements per section or chapter 2905-5.18 of the Georgia State Code, along with annual inspection reports. Number 5, that the home shall be staffed and operated in accordance with all state regulations. And then number 6, no signage shall be permitted on the property.
Right, and the representative from the association said something that was very meaningful, is the state's shorthanded already. For them to come out and inspect, they could actually have 5 to 6 people and nobody would know it. Because once they come in the house, they don't go outside the house unless they got a doctor's appointment, and all of them won't be in a van at the same time. Are they required to have a business license for 3 or less?
All personal care homes, personal care home establishments require a business license, as well as any home-based business. And that's generally done either through the commission approval or through the special use permit process at the front counter.
Okay. This is the second time that this has been before us, not the same applicant, over the past 3 months. How do we put a ordinance or policy or something in place to where it makes it harder for people to move into neighborhoods? What can we do?
We actually updated the codes, and don't quote me on the date, but there's a whole design standards and criteria that's sort of referenced in your report. All of those didn't exist prior to 2018, so we have design standards that either are that exceed the state level in terms of number of occupants.
Anything above 3 is for state guidelines, but as far as the county guidelines, how can we put something in place, ordinance, policy, et cetera, to keep it from hitting all these neighborhoods? I mean,
the spacing. So we could address the spacing, and that is one of the things that we've been considering in the draft ordinance. So currently, there's a 1,200-foot separation as the crow flies, and that could be enlarged or,
yeah, 1,200 foot is probably here to the mayor's office, I would say.
I think it's a bit more than that, but I get your point.
I'm going to make a motion that we send this forward to the next commission meeting since the petitioner is not here, Ms. Williams. If I could get a second, that'd be nice.
All right.
Still need a second.
Still need a second for a motion to move this on to the next commission meeting. Traditionally, and I think Attorney Plunkett has mentioned that these decisions are made without a petitioner. Attorney Plunkett, can you clarify, please?
Are we finished with
I think historically we tend to push it to the next meeting so the petitioner can be there.
All right, thank you, Attorney Plunkett. All right, we're gonna get through.
I do want to make the point that with the change in the meeting date, we did notify the applicant of the meeting change, so they were informed of this meeting date.
They were informed?
They were informed.
All right, come on, let's get through it. Chair recognizes Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice from the 3rd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was here 2 weeks, and I see Mr. Boyd over there shaking his head. And I listened to this, and I know that the vote was close. But, if the applicant knew 2 weeks ago that they were supposed to be here for this, for it to come before the full commission, that, I'm going to say it, shows a little irresponsibility. They were here 2 weeks ago, but they can't be here today, and they knew about it. That worries me about wanting to approve this. If they aren't responsible to be here, are they going to be responsible with that personal care home? So I say we vote on it today and move on with it, because this just wastes time, and it's not fair to the residents who did come out today and who were here the last 2 weeks ago. So I substitute to make a motion that we vote on it today.
I have to do a substitute.
You know, that's a substitute. There was no second to the original.
Second.
I'll make a motion to vote on it today.
Turn your mic on, please. Your mic's off. Go ahead.
You say vote on it. What do you mean by that?
voted up or down. Not, well, I'll just say it right now, I'm not approving it.
You want to approve it or deny it?
I want to deny it. I'm not
Second.
supporting it.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Smith Rice from the 3rd, motion to deny, seconded by Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner Brandon Garrett, Commissioner Stacy Williams from the 2nd. Madam, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. I have a question just for, I guess, the situational awareness for everyone watching. When individuals purchase properties, because I know the last petition that came before us in another neighborhood, they had already purchased the property and then they were trying to move forward. Do they have the option of, prior to purchasing the property, going through certain steps to see whether or not they're going to get approved if in fact their intent is to be a personal care home?
In this case, the applicant is not the property owner, and what we always stress to the applicants is that there's no guarantee. We could give you some foresight on what staff inclination is based on the conditions and what's being requested, but ultimately the board would make that decision, and we can't give you, hindsight on what the decision would be, but we could give you staff's recommendation or some sense of where we stand on it.
Okay.
But you don't have to own the property, and our systems are built in place to accommodate that.
Right, because you don't know the intent of someone purchasing a property, but specifically if they come to you, what you're advising them is, we don't know if they're going to vote in your favor or not.
Absolutely.
So they have to go through the proper channels.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Johnson.
Thank you, Commissioner from the 2nd. Chair recognizes Commissioner Lonnie Wimberly from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to address planning.
Yes, sir, please.
On personal care home, what's the percentage of them in South Augusta?
I wouldn't have a percentage at this current moment, but that would be something we could follow up with you during the next meeting.
Well, percentage was quoted before. I can't give you the exact quote to it, but it was above 50%.
Relative to the other locations?
Yes, sir.
You have to consider the geographic size of South Augusta and the predominance of the single family. So all of that has to be factored into it. But I would suspect there is a disproportionate higher rate in the South Augusta area.
Why is that?
But what I mentioned, is a larger swath of land is spread out. It's a higher predominance of single family. There's more neighborhoods and less clustering of neighborhoods, which makes it more conducive. So there's a lot of external factors that must be considered rather than the political aspects of South Augusta versus West Augusta.
So that, what was it, 200, not within 200 feet of?
1,200 feet.
1,200 feet?
And these are assessing homes that are 4 or greater. It is not assessing the 3 or less. Those are not family personal care homes. So that 1,200-foot distance measures the commission approved.
Are both the 3 and less and the 4 and above, are they also businesses?
Yeah, so they're home-based businesses, and we have a litany of home-based businesses. We approve home-based business several a week, several a day. So it's a very active, ongoing process that the city facilitates.
But that doesn't apply to personal care homes and family care homes, however you want to name it. But that doesn't apply to that. You don't do that every day, right?
Small scale, we'll do several every week, I guess. It wouldn't be every day. We don't receive them every day, but at least a couple a week. Or I wouldn't say a week. Let's say this, in a 2-week period, we'll have at least one request.
Oh, okay. We were just listening to the neighborhood. Now, I was there when this petitioner first appeared before your board. I was under the impression that petitioner actually owned that property because the lawyer said that she paid cash for it. Was that a mistake on the lawyer part?
Can you repeat that again? I'm so sorry.
Okay, we'll try this one more time. I was there the day that this, in your meeting when this came up, and she had a lawyer, female lawyer, and one of the supporting reason that they made was that she had paid cash for the house, meaning the petitioner.
The petitioner does not own this home. This is
So the lawyer made a mistake.
must have, because the petitioner is not the owner of this
That
property.
would draw sympathy from the board member.
I'm not aware of that conversation, but if
Go back and read your minutes.
Yes, sir.
It was stated in there.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
She does not own the property. She received consent from the property owner to represent the property for this petition.
That's not what the lawyer said. I'm just saying what I heard because the next question was that was asked to her by one of your members was, did she make contact with the neighborhood association? And it was said that she did not know that there were a neighborhood association.
Correct. I do recall that there's not an established homeowners association, but there's a
It's a neighborhood association.
neighborhood association.
But she said she didn't know that.
And it's not a requirement for them to reach out to those groups, but it is a good courtesy effort to ensure that, you get some perspective from those members and groups.
So
a requirement by city code or state code to, take those actions.
Okay. So what you just said is because they have an association and it's not and really by law there's no difference between ownership of a HOA or neighborhood association. It's about the resident and what the covenant says, right?
Mm-hmm. I think if she knew more about it, she would have made those steps, but it seemed like she was not, the awareness wasn't fully
But if
there.
you go into Pepper Ridge, if you drive into Pepper Ridge from Peach Orchard Road, there's a big column that advertises the neighborhood association.
What I can tell you is we generally recommend to applicants to reach out to the community, reach out to these associations. Sometimes that happens and sometimes it doesn't. It isn't required, and if they do, it is a good courtesy effort.
So we don't have these kind of arguments in your update. Can that not be something that you ask them to do to try to make their acceptance a little bit more easier?
Just keep in mind, we consider a wide range of requests. So we do, rezonings for extended stay hotels to, a Walmart. They're different convenience stores. And so one of the things we have been considering, and with the data center issue, certain uses having a certain procedure and set of guidelines to address, what the community has concerns and then the homeowners association, including them in that process for particular requests that require commission approval. That is something we're working up in the new draft ordinance.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Wimberly. The chair is going to recognize the objectors. Is something additional you need to add?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And planning, we do appreciate you, and we're not trying to beat you down. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. Mr. Mayor, originally when I stated, to be fair to the petitioner, well, let me put it this way. That was before I was aware that he or she was already aware of this meeting.
Okay.
Now, when I got the call last night, I had to adjust my schedule to accommodate this meeting. That's what we do when something is important to us. I appreciate the commission, and I'm hoping they're going to go ahead and vote because I'm of the same mindset. If you knew and you didn't show up, that speaks volumes. And you have no one to go around and validate that the circumstances have not changed from 3 to 8, 4 to 6, 6 to 10. So I appreciate the commission, and I appreciate whatever your decision is going to be. However, I'm hoping you decide to vote and that you vote no.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
we have a message board as you enter Pepper Ridge where we announce the meetings. And the week prior to the meeting, we have little signs, like election signs, throughout the whole the entrance and the back entrance of telling people when we're going to have the meeting and where we're going to have it. And it doesn't change. It's always the second Thursday at 7 p.m. at the center. So if the person was not aware that there was a neighborhood association, either they're not reading the sign, they don't have an interest, didn't want to go.
Thank you, sir. Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you. You want to vote yes to deny. You don't want to vote no.
Want you to deny.
You
do
want to
not
vote
want
yes
you
to deny.
approve this
Right.
request.
That's correct. So you're going to hit yes to deny.
Yeah, we want you to deny it.
Yeah. You were saying no, and I was going, no, we want to hear yes to deny.
Oh, no, I want you to
Okay.
deny it.
Yes, ma'am. I understand that.
Thank you.
One question, being a homeowner association. So y'all got a HOA there?
No.
In Pepperidge?
A HOA is required to pay a certain amount of money. The neighborhood association is voluntarily.
That's correct.
Of the people that care about the community.
Right.
Get together and we decide what our fee will be. And our fee is very nominal, which is $25 a year.
That's right. And Goshen, I think, is something like $60 a year, but they got a HOA, which they do a lot of neighborhood meetings, but it also protects, the HOA protects the neighborhood to where you can't, people just can't have businesses come in. So that might be an option in the future as well.
And they are incorporated.
I appreciate that.
Homeowner association.
But like I said, there are 1,267
That's
homes.
correct.
And all of the homes are not owned by people that live there.
That's right, they ran out.
And just try to get 51% of the homeowners to vote on the HOA, which is very limiting, and it is confining, and most people don't want to do that.
I understand. Thank you.
Excuse me, since we've taken up enough of your time, whenever you're ready to vote, Mr. Mayor, I don't mean overstep. I'm just saying, we don't want to take up too much of your time.
Right.
Well,
One
thank you, Madam President.
follow-up question.
Mayor Pro Tem has a follow-up question.
Mr. Boyd, as far as these businesses coming in, we got Airbnbs, we got people that rents their houses out, et cetera. Are they required to have business license, Airbnbs, and all like that? So how do we capture that?
In terms of the data?
Or how do we require to make sure that they have to have a license, the proper insurance, et cetera? How is our government notified that there's Airbnbs out there?
In terms of a applicant, just a citizen wanting to know.
We'll have this discussion later. I'm ready to vote to deny.
All right. Madam Clerk, I think we're ready to vote, but as I understand, the petitioner just entered the chambers. Do we want to give her, she just entered the chambers? Mr. Boyd, is that the petitioner behind you, just for clarification? All right, ma'am, come on up. We're going to give you a few minutes to argue your case.
Okay, that's Mom. So
that's Mom. So she's not.
Linda is. She's on the way. She said she's on the way.
We getting ready to vote, ma'am. You.
Where is she? I'm trying to get parking.
Oh, she's in the parking lot.
He's trying to get the parking. Yeah.
She's downstairs.
Ma'am, unfortunately, we've been at this for a bunch of time.
Do you own the property, or is it?
Yeah, I own the property.
So she owns the property, but her daughter is the applicant, and her daughter is on her way up. So I don't know if you want her to.
Attorney Plunkett, there's been a call for the question. We've been at this for a while. What is our responsibility to wait? Unless this is this her?
Yeah, she's here.
She is here. All right, you better hurry up, ma'am. We're getting ready to vote. Ma'am, there has been a motion to deny your petition for a change in this matter, and we're going to give you a few minutes to argue your case as to why it should not be changed and it should be approved for you to operate a elderly care home in this neighborhood. All right?
Okay.
All right? You
Okay.
got a few minutes.
Okay.
For the record, please state your name and your address, please.
My name is Linda Williams. And
Okay. Your address?
address is 2636 Stanton Court.
All right, ma'am, you got a few minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Johnson, Chair, and members of the commission. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I just want to take a moment to address a few concerns. This isn't a commercial business. I'm not opening up a business here. I'm opening up a home. Okay. It's a small family-style personal care home that will operate just like a single-family residence. The only difference is that the people living there will have the 24-hour care and supervision they need to stay safe. This is personal for me. Before my father passed away, I cared for him. And with his, I saw the struggle with him, with just helping him day to day with his medications, his meals, and his errands. And that experience really changed my life. You know, I've been blessed, and now that I'm in the position to give back, I want to provide a safe, supportive home for people who need that level of care and dignity. At the end of the day, this is about making sure people are cared for in a safe home environment. I respectfully ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Chair recognizes Commissioner Francine Scott from the
Thank you. Mayor Johnson, may I ask Ms. Williams a question?
Yes, ma'am, proceed.
You said your address is 3638 Stanton Court. Is that where you live?
No, I don't live there. No. It's 3638 Stanton Court. No. There's no one residing there at that property.
So what is your address, ma'am?
My address is 2632 Corning Street, Hepzibah, Georgia, 30815. I'm sorry for the discrepancy.
All right, thank you. All right, madam, this body has received a motion with a proper second to deny your petition. So we are prepared to vote. We've been discussing this at length for a while. We've had a lot of questions, so we're getting ready to vote.
Okay.
Okay. Madam Clerk, there has been a motion to deny by the Commissioner from the 3rd, seconded by Commissioner Brandon Garrett. Commissioner Clark, I see you in the queue before we vote. Is there anything you need to add?
Yeah, I just have a question. So I think I can't count how many we've had, but we probably want to revisit how we're going to look at this going forward. Our team's doing their job based on the current policies. If we're going to make a change in that, we need to do that, because right now folks are going through the process that is in place today, and we're making changes after the fact. So if our team, who's following the policies, they're giving it to petitioners and applicants, are doing that according to what we have, I think we need to determine if we're going to look to change this, then we need to do that. Because right now, a lot of folks are spending a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of effort going towards doing this. And for us to change it after the fact, it seems that we are really, really kind of circumventing how this process is supposed to go forward. The petitioners are bringing forth applications based on Augusta Richmond County current policies and procedures. Our staff is carrying it forward and having them go through all the steps accordingly, but we're changing this after the fact. And I think we're really we're setting a pathway forward that is kind of disingenuous to the process. If it's something that we're saying we're going to make a change, we need to make a change. But I've seen this one too many times, and the staff spends a great deal of time, effort in doing this. And the same thing with the petitioners as well. So I think we need to be fair with this process. I think just continuing to, voted up and down based on, and I get it, what the residents are saying. I get it, what the Neighborhood Alliance is saying. But our petitioners, our applicants are following Augusta Richmond County policies. Our staff is enforcing Augusta Richmond County policies. And I get it. Different folks have different issues and reasons why they don't want certain things. But if we're going to make a change to this, we need to make a change to this and not keep putting us as the commission in this situation. Because right now, we're in the situation where we're hearing all of the pleas, because I'm going to tell you right now, she had a very great stance on why she's doing it. She had a personal plea and a personal reason that is tied to why she is doing what she's doing. And the residents are saying they don't want it for the reasons that they have. It puts us in a terrible situation if we're not going to determine if we're going to make this a policy change, if we're not going to continue doing this. But I think this is my limit on me kind of dealing with this situation. If this is something we're not going to accept, then change the policy. If not, then if she fulfilled all of the obligations laid out in that, we got to stop doing this. Because the problem is they spent a lot of time and money on doing this. Our staff did the same thing, and we keep doing this from up here. So I understand the residents don't want it, but if it's something that our residents don't want, then let's make a policy change. And let's just stop doing it. But stop putting us in this situation where we have to keep doing this. Because this is not a good situation for us to keep doing.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moving forward, we've voted on, since I've been on this dais, we've voted some up and voted some down on these personal care homes. But as of today, and I know it got approved barely through this one did, barely through planning and zoning. But I still, and I appreciate you showing up today. We've been talking about it for a while, but I just feel like I'm going to stick with my motion to deny this and then moving forward, work with planning and zoning somehow or another to adjust and to work so that this doesn't come like this again. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rice. Madam Clerk, let's vote. The motion is denied by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Brandon Garrett. Let's vote.
So we're voting
to deny.
to deny.
That's the motion.
That motion carries 9-1 with Mr. Clark voting no.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Petitioners, objectors, thank you so much for being here. Have a great day. Your motion to deny has been approved, so unfortunately can't move forward at this point. You could talk to Mr. Boyd to see what your next steps are, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, let's keep on moving. We've been stalled out for a little bit on number 4. Let's move on to number
25.
24. Don't we have 24? 24.
24, I'm sorry. Yes, sir. Item 24, update report from Director Tamika Williams, Augusta Recreation Department relative to pickleball courts in West Augusta.
You got it. All right, sir. I see you in the audience. You were here last time. We're right on time. I see you. Thank you for being here today. Director Williams, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon again, Mayor and Commissioners. I want to provide you an update of several inquiries that I had to come back to you for in reference to pickleball. Some of the inquiries were projects that we currently have that we're working on, any pickleball access that we have throughout the agency, also any estimate costs that will be towards Warren Road Park for the existing tennis courts, and any opportunities for indoor gyms, the cost that will be related to that. So the Recreation and Parks Department continues to expand and enhance pickleball opportunities in response to growing community interest and participation in the sport. Current and planned initiatives focus on both outdoor court development and indoor program accessibility to provide diverse and flexible play opportunities across the systems. As requested, a meeting was held with myself, ISM Commissioner Tina Slindeck, and also Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle on March 11th, 2026 to discuss pickleball opportunities. We are currently working on 4 park improvement projects, and these projects will incorporate a total of 15 new outdoor pickleball courts, significantly enhancing access across the systems. And these locations include Blythe Park, which is for 3 courts, Dyers Park, 6 courts, McBean Park, 3 courts, and Big Oak Park, 3 courts. These additions represent a strategic investment in recreation amenities and will support both casual play and organized programming. Pickleball programming is currently offered at 5 recreation centers through shared gymnasium space with designated playing times. This approach maximizes existing facilities while maintaining flexible schedules in the site. So these sites include Henry Brigham Recreation Center, Robert Howard Recreation Center, Bernie Ward, May Park, and Warren Road. So where where permanent courts striping is not available, temporary lines are installed using athletic tape. The estimated cost to install permanent pickleball lines in the gym range from at least $1,000 to $4,000 per gym. And that depends on the floor condition, the type of flooring, and then this also provides a cost-effective opportunity to expand indoor capacity. In reference to Warren Road facility, this site presents both challenges and opportunities. The 3 outdoor courts, tennis courts, are in poor condition and require significant investment beyond just resurfacing. This method alone is not recommended due to underlying pavement deterioration. A full conversion of the 3 tennis courts to 6 dedicated pickleball courts is estimated up to $542,000, and this is inclusive of demolition of current courts, construction, design, permitting, and any contingency costs along the way. So at present, there's no funding to be allocated right now for this particular project. As an interim solution right now, pickleball programming will continue indoors at Warren Road using temporary court markings because at that particular location is not, don't have painted lines for pickleball. And so in addition to that, we were looking to do community engagement and have some meetings to conduct within the next couple of months to talk about gathering information and input from the public to guide future improvements and amenities for that particular site. The department is definitely trying to be proactive in addressing the growing demand for pickleball throughout the strategic capital projects that we're working on, adapting to any of our indoor spaces that we have at our facilities, and any community-driven planning that we'll be implementing. So continued investment and stakeholder engagement will be crucial to ensuring that the long-term sustainability of our facilities, equitable access, and alignment with the community is our priority. So those were the inquiries that I had at the last commission meeting. I know that Mr. Hollis is here, and we actually briefly spoke in the back, but I wanted to bring you that update. And if you are interested, I did bring some pictures for individuals who haven't gone out there and seen actually what the court looked like currently as today. I did bring those if we need to add them, put them on the screen.
Thank you, Director Williams. So what's the solution, temporary solution to accommodate Warren Road? Are we going to put painted lines or tape lines, or does it require a net? What does it require, and what's the cost of that?
The total cost to redo all of the
Not all of them. I mean the indoor, because it's $500,000 to redo all the outdoor courts.
outdoor, yes.
Right.
So
For indoor?
temporary, what we do now is we use the athletic tape. So we have a time frame at Warren Road. Currently, they do Monday, Wednesday, Fridays from 10 to 12. They have pickleball playtime. And so that location, they put down the athletic tape and take it up, once they're finished playing.
Okay.
So that's what we're temporarily doing now.
That's what we're doing. How much does that cost? Is there any cost associated with that?
Buying the athletic tape.
Buying athletic tape. Well, I like that. Is that acceptable, sir, for the interim? No. All right. Come on, you got to come on up. We're going to give you a second to come on up. For the records, please state your name and address, please.
Mike Hollis, 2215 Pleasant Drive, Augusta, Georgia.
All right.
No, because I've been in those gyms, and the flooring is horrible, the slipping is horrible, and the kids have summer camp in those gyms, so you can imagine what the floor looks like. If you haven't been there, I want you guys to go in there and see. And also, investing $500,000 in kids is not a bunch of money. It's not a lot of money. I think that there's ways that we can get it done. It's been done in a lot of other places that has been less desirable. And also at, what's that other park? King Park, over there on Troop, I think it is.
Pendleton King.
Yeah, and it's a pickleball court over there, but there's no nets, there's no gates, there's no nothing. Am I right when I say that, Ms. Williams?
They have tennis courts.
Well, they changed.
That's tennis courts, and they're not in good shape either.
Okay, we played pickleball on those courts too. I played pickleball on those courts. I brought out my pickleball machine and we played over there, but we kept chasing the ball all the way through the park every time we go off the platform over there. And I'm with Ms. Williams. I just want, just like the people who live in that Montclair neighborhood, that private neighborhood, got that private pickleball club over there. I just want to be able to walk up my house when my grandkids visit to go play pickleball, and safely. And that's an investment, I think, in our community. I was a member of that, but then things take place and stuff happens and people start talking about certain people they don't want in their community, and it drives down their property value, and they don't want certain people in their community. And I think that plays a role too.
Okay, so it's going to be your recommendation that we make the $500,000 investment?
Yes.
All right, got you. All right, we got a few colleagues in the queue. We're going to go through it, so I don't know if they have any questions. Just sit tight. Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We actually did meet with Ms. Williams and A.B. Lansing, as well as Mr. Tony Williams with ISM last week. And we was trying to find some kind of amenable solution, temporary, till we could get this next SPLOST passed, because the funding's just not there. And so you have some of these groups that comes to the Warren Road, and they actually put the striping down. Wasn't aware that slippery and all that, but I think it's worse out there on that tennis courts. If you've seen the pictures that we have seen, it's actually, I think that would be dangerous. You talk about breaking ankle. But Ms. Williams, is A.B. Lansing right behind you?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lansing, Saturday I was riding, I had to go McBean, and I was, from my house, I went right by the Hetzeba Community Center, that they had built the community center at approximately $200 a foot, which is amazing. Beautiful building. It gets a lot of usage. But when I was riding by, I seen a family playing pickleball. That's a good place for you to play too. So I called Robert Buckowitz, the mayor. Hetzeba. I said, Robert, tell me about these pickleball courts. I said, because we're actually looking at doing Warren Road. And he said, well, he actually used a local vendor. They did the grading. They put in 5 pickleball courts, put the fencing around it for about $225,000. And I said, what about the tennis courts down there? He said, well, we didn't change the fencing around it. We was able to maintain that, but what they did was retop it, restriped it. And that was approximately $40,000 using a local vendor. Can we try to reach out to Robert Buckwitz and try to find out what vendor he used? Let's figure out how we could try to get the best use for our dollar.
Definitely, sir. What you saw the other day was an estimate. It's what you call an engineer's estimate.
Absolutely.
So
You told me that.
Oh, yeah. So it's a bit conservative, but normally if you go through the bidding process, or even if you use your current on-call for Parks and Rec, all of them are local vendors. And so that local vendor that you're talking about, I think it's possible that they can actually do the work through either a bidding process or through the on-call. So I can definitely contact Mr. Buckwitch. I have his contact. So
yeah, I believe that might be some good resources, and we could actually drive right out there and see the quality of work. And if they able to, if they provide a product and they local, that's a plus. And they come in under budget, that's a bigger plus for us.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So I appreciate the meeting that you had set up for Commissioner Slindak and myself and the director.
Anytime.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Hetzeba, I live in West Augusta. I'm not driving to Hetzeba to play pickleball. I want to, just like the people at Montclair, walk out of their house, 2 blocks to their home. I want my tax dollars to go to a public pickleball court.
Well, I will tell you this, is Montclair, is that private or is it public?
I was a member for 6 years until they start having some talk that y'all don't want to hear about up here today, because we ain't come and talk about that. I didn't come talk about that. I'm not talking. I said that. I said that until I turned down my membership and I started going to all these other communities. There's not one public pickleball court in West Augusta. Well, all these other communities who you mentioned have public pickleball courts. And for us to be denied a public pickleball court in our community, there's more going on than you're denying a public pickleball.
I don't think we're denying, sir, by any means. What we're doing is trying to find a path forward. And as far as the funding, we're not fluid in money. If you watch the budget session, you would see that. What we are doing is finding a path forward and finding a funding stream, plain and simple. But we're trying to help you get to your end point is to have a place that you can walk to play pickleball. And if it's going to take time, it's not going to happen overnight, and that's going to be it. I mean, we try to come up with a solution of putting stripes in the gymnasium, but that's not suffice. But there's no way that we could start tomorrow redoing them courts, taking down that fence, finding $549,000 of property tax money that's not there. So we're working, we're trying to find a path forward. And so we actually got the best director in ISM that actually does the design and actually does all the bidding to find the contractors.
And I want to work with you guys, and I want to trust you. And I wasn't privy to being on that meeting, even though I brought up this. I'm sure some people came before me. I wasn't privy to that meeting. And if I'm not in on the meeting hearing what's being discussed, then I'm a little bit skeptical. I'm skeptical. I wasn't in on the meeting, what you said. It could be true. I'm hoping that it is. I want to trust you guys. And as far as me playing in Hetzeba, I can't walk to Hetzeba. Okay. You got that?
All right, sir. All right. Commissioner Tina Slindak from the 7th.
Thank you, Mayor. We did have a meeting several days ago with the Parks and Rec Director and Mr. Ladson. And I actually went over to look at the Warren Road tennis courts one morning and took some pictures. And I said, well, somebody had said that they played pickleball inside the Warren Road gym. So I walked in there. I was just going to ask somebody, and at the time I walked in, they were playing pickleball. There was a pickleball group there with the nets that were set up, and I did speak to a man. I think his name was Mr. Hollingsworth. I don't have his name right in front of me, but anyway, he, they have a pickleball league that play there, and I looked. Like I said, I know zero about pickleball, but I asked him. I said, "Could you show me if it's marked in this gym?" And he said, "Yes, it is," and it was tape. And I really kind of think maybe it might need to be retaped or something. Did you tell me, Director Williams, that they take it up and down? Every day they go, they tape those things off?
Yes, because athletic tape is easily to tape up.
So every day those people go in to play pickleball, they lay that tape down?
Yes.
Because it looked like it had been there for a while. But so you also said you gave a price of $1,000 to $4,000 to restripe. Is that with restriping the court with like paint or something, or is that with tape?
That's to redo the floor to add pickleball lines on permanent pickleball
Permanent,
lines. Yes.
$1,000 to $4,000.
Depending on the floor condition. That need to be done for it.
And I think we touched on this the other day, the condition of that gym floor, to your knowledge, is okay, or?
It can
always be better, I'm sure, but I mean, it would not cause any issues playing. It doesn't cause issues playing basketball or anything, or, I mean, the man I spoke to that was playing pickleball, and there was probably 8 of them there, I think, playing that morning. He didn't mention having any issues with that court inside. So, Mr. Hollis, the reason that the HEPSBA was brought up was simply not suggesting you go to HEPSBA. It was just the pricing difference on what they did their courts for versus the price that Mr. Ladson had given us the estimate. So we're not suggesting you get in your car and drive out HEPS, but it was just strictly, they had a new facility, and we wanted to see just why the big difference in price. So, I mean, the Big Oak Park on Wheeler, I mean, they're going to have pickleball courts, and that would probably be done before you would redo Warren Road. Is that right? The Big Oak
for the outdoor courts.
The Big Oak Park will be completed. That would probably be completed with pickleball courts, right?
That's going to
before you would redo Warren Road. Is that correct?
Right, because we would have to find a funding source to do Warren Road
right.
outdoor courts.
Right. Okay. So, I mean, it looks like striping the inside would be the least expensive, most economical, if you want to put it that way, method of having something that would be permanent, that wouldn't have to be ripped up every time. And I mean, Mr. Hollis, right now, that may be the best that we can do, is putting them inside. And then when the funding comes, looking at redoing Warren Road. And Ms. Williams told me that, Director Williams, excuse me, she said that she did want to have some community engagement. I mean, I know you want pickleball, but there may be some others that might still want to keep tennis there. I don't know. If there's a big vote for pickleball, then that would be great. But she has promised to have some community engagement sessions for that. So, you know, there was a meeting. It was a productive meeting. And, I mean, right now, I think, can we find the money to in your budget to stripe? There's nothing in your budget to stripe Warren Road with inside?
Well, if you're talking about the gym, yeah, we can go back and look at that, but not for the outdoor courts.
No, just to stripe the inside of the gym so that there will be something permanent for pickleball put down for people to go in. And, I mean, granted, I know they're going to have to work around your other programming there, but
Yes, that's something we can go back and look at, yes.
But no gym's going to be available all day. There's programming in all of them. So you're just, okay. All right, that's all. Thank you.
Oh, I heard you said something, she's gonna have some community engagement. And the bulk of the community engagement is the Montclair community. They sit right in the middle of it. I don't see them trying to go along with having a public pickleball court because of their private, and they should use what they have to beautify their community. I agree with that. But as far as the public and my tax dollars go, that's what we need in that community, because that's the only community in Augusta that don't have a public pickleball court. That's the only thing I'm saying.
I understand you, and I also brought that up to Director Williams too. I sort of said that, most of the people in Montclair that are into pickleball probably are members already of that little club that
And
goes
they don't
there.
want anything to rival that because they want to keep their money flowing.
Well, I'm not going to disparage that group of people over there because they are good people. And I'm sorry you did not care to remain a member of that club. However, there are other neighborhoods. That site sits right across Warren Road Bridge, which connects to the Waverly, Brynwood areas also that would be close to them. There are also people that don't live in Montclair that live down off Warren Road and in those areas, and even right across Washington Road into some of those other residential areas. So, I think we need to leave the Montclair pickleball group out of the whole conversation.
I don't think so, because
I do, because it's a private,
Sir,
it's a private club.
Wait a second. Don't interrupt her. Wait a second. No.
You didn't say that when
No, sir.
when
Let
they
her finish.
interrupted me.
I'll give you a chance to talk. Just let her finish, okay? Just let her finish.
No, in defense of Montclair, they are run by a homeowners association. At their expense, they refurbished those courts. They run that. It's not available for just members of Montclair. It's an open club to anybody, but it's still a club. The courts aren't open all the time. So, I think we need to leave them out of that. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about public pickleball courts, okay? And it won't just have to be Montclair. Like I said, there's no pickleball courts for people that live in Waverly and back up in Dorchester and all that. There's nothing there either, which would be convenient. Crossing that Warren Road Bridge, you've got Warren Road Park there. So, we did have a good meeting. We are trying to find a solution to this, but, like Commissioner Guilfoyle said, we just do not have the funding until we get SPLOST money for that. So, I think if we can at least get those indoor courts striped as quickly as we can do it, to give at least a place you can walk to and play indoors. I mean, the men that were playing pickle there, he teaches lessons, and he had no complaints about the court whatsoever. And I can give you his name if you want to reach out. They play all over the county.
I know the group. I know who you're talking about.
All right.
I play in there with them sometimes.
Okay.
We sliding all over the court.
Thank you very much.
Well, he never mentioned that to me, and I watched him play.
Did it come up? Did you ask him about it?
I certainly did. I had probably a 20-minute conversation with him about this.
I've been playing.
I'm in your
inside
corner,
there.
Mr. Holler. I'd love
what
to
you're
have
saying.
it too, but you have to understand that we can't go in and just bulldoze a tennis court and build pickleball courts like this. I mean, we're working on it. We're trying to bring pickleball into these other parks that we're refurbishing and redoing. I'm just trying to find some solution for you to be able to go in there or go somewhere and play pickleball at Warren Road, and you don't like anything that we're
I didn't say
telling
I
you
didn't
other
like
than,
it.
other
I
than.
didn't say that. I didn't say I didn't like it. I'm here because,
Yes, sir.
I'm here.
You've just,
I didn't never say I didn't like it. And as far as, you shouldn't bring Montclair group into it, and they do have a homeowner association, and it's a private club, and I wasn't living in Montclair when I was a member.
Right.
I was living in North Augusta, South Carolina. Then I moved over here where I live at now, and they will play a role as far as if she brings the community in, because they're right smack dab in the middle.
Right.
They pay public taxes too.
Right, but they're at capacity. They're not going to care if,
Commissioner, you are now interrupting Mr. Hollis.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Hollis.
Mr. Hollis, you have the floor, sir.
They will play a role, and they're gonna fight that with every fiber of their being, because they do use their private club money and their HOH money to beautify their community. And I don't have nothing against that. They should do that. They should, but they should not affect what's going on. They have no control over the park district, Parks and Rec.
Okay, all right. Well, I don't think you and I are going to reach a agreement about that, and so we can, I guess, just move on, receive.
And to an extent, I think if pickleball is that popular at Warren Road, I think it's probably worth our effort to at least make permanent lines in the court if it's that popular. Wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't, Madam Director?
I mean, it would be improvement to the site.
Okay.
And in reference to, having the community meeting, I think that, just the public itself will be engaged, because it will be public. It is public property. And so whether it's Montclair or any other neighborhoods around there, we invite everybody to come and get their input.
Okay.
So then we can know what direction that we will go, and what's the interest? Is the interest tennis? Is the interest pickleball? Can we have both? So that's one of the reasons why I'm open to doing this.
Okay. All right.
One last thing. I want to know, how long do it take when y'all see a place that's declining, like Warren Road Tennis Court? How long do y'all take to say, hey, this isn't going to be any good, or y'all just let it continue to deteriorate, and then as you let it continue to deteriorate, the price goes up? How long do we let that?
That's a long discussion. If you ride around any of our parks, you can see a lot of the deterioration, I can assure you. You can go to May Park. You can go to parks that's close by here. We have tennis courts that are not being utilized due to them being neglected for years. So got a couple more colleagues in the queue. Just sit tight. We got Commissioner Wembley from the first. Commissioner Wembley, you have the floor.
Mr. Mayor, my first question is to the gentleman.
Okay, Mr. Hollis.
Mr. Hollis.
Yes, sir.
Am I understanding you want this pickleball court inside of Montclair, or are you saying you want one close to Montclair?
The pickleball court I'm talking about is close to Montclair. It's not in Montclair. It's about a block off, less than a block off of Montclair.
All right. And which one is that?
At Warren Road.
Oh, Warren Road.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I got you. So, isn't Montclair off Jackson Road?
No. No, it's near Washington
Like
Road.
Crane Ferry.
Okay.
What's that other street?
I got it. I must have it mixed up.
King Chapel, right off of Washington Road and Warren.
Oh, okay. But anyway, you mentioned about the Warren Road outdoors courts.
Yes.
You said it was too expensive to upgrade those because of the deterioration of the soil?
No, I gave you the pricing of about estimated up to 500.
500,000, yeah.
And so that's the current 3 tennis courts that would then be changed to 6 pickleball courts.
And then
that includes demolition, that includes, and then redoing the entire courts for that project.
Okay. So if you tried to to implement all of the pickleball courses you just talked about, what would that total price probably be?
I'm not understanding your question.
You was naming the places that you wanted to put
Oh, the
pickleball
current
courts.
projects, the current
Yeah,
projects
current
that we have?
project.
So we
Since
have
you did
4.
all of them, how much would that be? Total?
Yeah.
Estimate now.
Yeah, I think those are projects that are already under design and pretty much.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, those are projects that are actually will be bid this year. Some of them already in the process of letting. It's they already have a date for let and procurement. One of them I think is already let. But the vast majority of those SPLOST 8 projects and whatever was left off from SPLOST 7 will be pretty much be bid this year.
Okay.
Yeah, so the total cost, so basically when you're looking at just the cost for the pickleball court, I mean, I don't have that number for you, but I can get that
That's
number
okay.
for you. But we can give you the total cost of the estimated, engineer's estimate cost of the projects itself.
And that's all I want to know. So the one you want on Warren Road is not part of that estimate, am I correct?
That's correct. Yeah,
Okay.
that's Warren Road is not a SPLOST project.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 9th, Commissioner Francine Scott.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. May I ask Director Williams a question?
Yes, ma'am. Proceed.
Mr. Hollins was saying that he plays pickleball somewhere. Is that an indoor court? He's slipping inside?
I think he mentioned that he was at Warren Road. You had played in there.
So
So it's probably the floor, probably need better flooring and
Couple
floor
dead
need to
spots.
be
There's a
redone.
couple dead spots too.
So, I know this is not my district, Ms. Lynn. I'm trying to spend some money. So we don't have the money to renovate or upgrade the floor at this time, so we can have at least one place near Mr. Hollins and that community to play pickleball other than in the private club?
That's what we said we would go back to look at, because adding permanent pickleball lines is anywhere from $1,000 to $4,000, depending on the floor conditions.
Well, first we have to repair the floors before we even or get an estimate of how much that's going to cost. So can we not, Madam Administrator, find some money somewhere to help them along the way until we can get those other projects that Mr. Latson was saying is in 08 in the Splash 8 package to get done? I mean, because we keep going back and forth, having meetings and that kind of stuff. They're still not able to play pickleball. So can we get a resolution?
Yes, ma'am. What I would recommend is that we do make contact with Mr. Buckowitz in Hephzibah, get the respective details, then meet with our procurement director to make sure that we follow the process and see what funding we need to have available to go ahead and proceed to take care of this issue.
So when can we get that meeting scheduled and go forward? I'm not saying to use that vendor, some other vendor. I think we need to go to the proper.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Definitely go through the process. Yes, ma'am.
I can contact him this week.
So if we could come back to the next commission meeting, Commissioner Scott and the governing body.
That works for me. Mr. Hall, is that all right with you?
It works with me.
All right.
I'll be in town, yeah.
All right, sounds great. All right. Don't see anyone else in the queue. Thank y'all for your time today. Mr. Hollis, thank you for being here. Director Williams, thank you so much. Mr. Latson, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's move on to the next one. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're going to get to it. Madam Clerk, you have done a lot of work today. I got a lot of pictures of you taking care of an infant. That's a smiling. Let's move on to the next item. I think it takes us to 25.
Yes, sir. Item 25 is a motion to approve the extension of the engagement with Chair Beckett to provide accounting assistance to the Housing and Community Development Department and to approve associated budget transfers.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Clark, if someone asked this be pulled, I see Commissioner
Clark.
Pulliam.
I did. My question was already answered. I thought this was dealing with something else, so I'm going to defer over to Commissioner from the second.
All right, thank you so much, Commissioner Pulliam. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. May I direct my questions, I guess, to Deputy Administrator Jackson?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Administrator Jackson, has the payment ever been recaptured from the Urban Service Fund before? The payment that we're giving to Cherry Beckert?
Has it been captured?
Yes, it says that we're recapturing it within HCD's current FY 2026
from a
urban
funding
service.
standpoint, yes.
Yes.
The cost will be covered because of vacancies within the department. The director, for instance, and the deputy director, and a couple other vacancies. That's where the money would come from a funding standpoint.
Yes, sir. Have we ever done that before? Is this where we typically pull this money?
From a historical perspective, I'll turn it over to finance.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Yes, in the past years, it has been funded from the HCD budget. The reason that we're asking for this recapture this year is because the Urban Services Fund is the backstop for HCD in general if they have any overages that are not funded by their grant programs. And so we sometimes do spend Urban Services Fund money to support HCD. We are expecting right now that we, as Mr. Jackson indicated, that we're going to be able to fund it within budget this year. But if not, we will have to make an additional allocation. So it has been done that way in the past, yes.
Okay, so we've specifically taken it from the Urban Service Fund before?
We've taken it both from general fund and urban services in the past. This year, during the budget process, we really reduced the general fund allocation for HCD. And so about $1 million is budgeted from urban services for HCD this year.
Okay. And what does, I guess either one of you that can answer this, what can you tell us about the Urban Service Fund and what services that fund supports?
Typically speaking, and I got this information from finance, it supports annual budgets for HCD, fire protection, transit, environmental services, street lights, and the ACE program as well.
Okay. And so with that being said, are there any pending requests where that money would actually need to be used in any of those departments for the services that they have? Like you said, our transit department, what exactly do we use it for in transit?
For transit?
Yes, sir.
So this amount that we're requesting is from just the contingency that's allocated from urban services. We don't allocate the full amount every year. We currently have about $575,000 in urban services contingency for situations just like this. Okay. And that is a funding source that is used throughout the year as unexpected expenses come up that are qualified for urban services funding. So it's coming from contingency funds that are not allocated anywhere else.
Okay. And how much is in that fund? Do we know?
I believe the number is about $575,000. I can verify that.
Okay. So it'll be $575,000 minus the $150 if we need that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much. That was all of my questions, Mayor Johnson.
Thank you, Commissioner Pulliam. Chair recognizes Commissioner Lonnie Wormerly.
Mr. Mayor, may I speak to the
yes, sir, proceed.
Deputy Administrator? Not Administrator, I'm sorry about that.
The Deputy? Deputy Administrator?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I said that right there. I did. Okay, gotcha. This contract we're doing with Cherry Becker to continue, will they be having their eyes on still trying to get this audit thing done?
Well, historically, this type of engagement has been used for things such as bank reconciliations and also preparing the schedule of expenditures for federal award grant money. And this is pretty much the crux of this agreement as well, to continue those activities.
So we through talking about the audit?
Well, this engagement letter is to help us prepare for the 2025 audit, the citywide audit as well. So that's what these activities for, to help HCD to kind of prepare for the sort of compliance activities for the 2025 audit. Yes, sir.
Yes. So we finished at 2024?
Yes, sir. Now, from an HCD standpoint, Ms. Cox mentioned that last week, that in terms of HCD and their preparation, that has been completed. She mentioned that last week.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Wimberly. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner Garrett.
Motion to approve is stated.
There's a motion. Is there a second? There's a second by Commissioner Don Clark. Madam Clerk, seeing no colleagues in the queue for discussion, we're voting.
That motion carries with Mr. Johnson, Ms. Scott, and Commissioner Guilfoyle out.
All right, Madam Clerk, let's get this. Hopefully, Madam Administrator, before you move, we got one item. Let's get an item number. Let's get 29 out of the way first.
Okay.
Let's just get that. Shouldn't be long. I hope.
Item 29.
Yes,
Discuss implementing solutions to address and help prevent dumping in areas that are continuously dumping grounds for tires, furniture, and bulk waste.
All right,
Trash.
Commissioner Pulliam, this is your item. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mayor Johnson. I actually have some pictures that are going to go along with this ask. Ms. McFarley is going to bring those pictures up. While she's bringing them up, I encourage my colleagues and the citizens of Augusta to ride around the entire city, explore areas that you don't live in. And I want us to, if we could just go through picture by picture, that would be great. And then I'm going to talk. So these are pictures of areas in my district.
It's all over town, Madam.
District 2, oh, no, it is all over town, but we haven't gotten to the worst yet. So there are consistently trash bags, which I don't see this when I'm riding up and down some streets. There's also tires. I think that's probably going to be the next picture. And these tires are being dumped in massive numbers. That's one snapshot. But there's tires, mattresses. I rode through this morning. There was a couch. That's nothing abnormal. There's furniture. And I'm getting these calls. And I've been getting these calls since I've been in office. And those departments that get, and that was just a few pictures, those departments that are continuously CC'd in, they probably tell you in the past 4 years, they may have gotten close to 50 plus emails. I see we have a representative from our marshal's department in here, and he can attest to that. And our administrator, who's CC'd in on my emails from the time that she's been here, she can probably tell you we get about this number of emails. So yes, sir, it is, Mayor Johnson, I would agree that the city needs to be cleaned up. But when I'm riding down some streets, I don't see furniture like this. I don't see tires. It's more prevalent in certain areas. And these are massive dumping grounds, and there has to be something that's done about it. So I don't know what that discussion looks like. I don't know how we pull in people on this discussion, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say that it may even possibly be companies that are doing these mass dumpings. I was just informed a couple of weeks ago, and I hope my constituent is watching, that there was oil literally poured into, like gallons of oil poured into the actual water reservoir. And so this is happening. These are some of the streets: Nellyville and Sullivan, Steiner Avenue, the avenues in Turpin Hill, Nixon Road, Dowdy Road, Winter Road, Knox Avenue, and that's just some of those areas. And I am literally getting these pictures and these emails on a weekly basis. So my question is, what can we do about this? I don't know if that means us having a work session to discuss different avenues that we can go down to help to try to prevent it. I do know that it takes us bringing in other departments. We've done that before as we talk about landscaping and lot maintenance, but this has to stop. And we have to catch the people that are doing this. And the no dumping signs, they don't work. So if you can go down Nellyville and Sullivan Road, because that's not that far from here, and again, it's all over District 2, but you will see this on a weekly basis. You're going to see tires lined up. This morning at a neighborhood association meeting, I was told that in one of the areas near Steiner, there were 3 commodes that were dumped. So imagine waking up in your neighborhood and that's what you have to look at on an ongoing basis. It's ridiculous, and we have to do something about it. And again, I've been sending these emails over and over and over again. Thank you to the departments that go out on a consistent basis, from code enforcement to the marshal's office. I truly appreciate that, but it has to stop. And so my call to action, I'm sorry, Mayor Johnson, my call to action is we need to get together, and if it's with the departments, so I don't want to work session us to death, but we have to do something to come up with some type of plan where we can help to stop preventing this. Because it's not just people in the neighborhood. It is people coming to the neighborhoods that are dumping this massive amount of stuff.
So I've been part of Operation City Cleanup for years now, and I have gone out on a Saturday and cleaned up Lumberton Road where for some reason, it's a dark road, especially as that connects to Doug Bernard, and we picked up couches and tires, mattresses, everything. Within 2 weeks, it's back again. I have gone down Boy Scout Road that is on the other side of town and seen entire bags of trash in the middle of the road. And I can't understand it for the life of me. How does entire bags of trash end up in the middle of the road? Until we get serious about code enforcement, we're not going to solve this problem. Until we get serious about writing tickets for people that's doing this illegal dumping, it's not going to stop. Now, we have two, what do they call them? 2 tunnels. One at, what's the mill, across from Enterprise Mill, the other mill. Not King Mill, the other mill. Nope, across Sutherland Mill that has a tunnel. You go through there, the homeless is basically turning into a landfill. You go to the 13th Street Bridge. I receive dozens of emails from visitors who say, Mayor, maybe you're not aware of this, but your bridge looks like a landfill. I've heard from the departments, and they say, well, we don't have the money because the last time we sent a crew out, it was $30,000 to clean it up. It's true. I've heard that. So we need better enforcement. It makes no sense to clean it up, and then 2 weeks later it's that way. Until we get enforcement or serious about enforcement, we're sitting here wasting our time. So let's go through it. Let's talk about it. But I don't recall, I asked the Marshal's Department, when's the last time we've written violations for illegal dumping or any kind of violation for people throwing litter in the road? Let's find out, because that's going to be the deterrent to stop people. Once you start hitting them in the pocketbooks and say, that's when it starts to stop. So.
And Mayor Johnson, not to interrupt you, sir, and I hope I'm not out of order, but I would like to respond to what you said with part of, I guess I should have given this solution, is we find money to do other things. It's hard for code enforcement in the marshal's office unless someone is going to sit there and man that station 24 hours a day. You don't know when the culprits are going to do what they do. So I don't know what cameras in certain places look like, especially if we know where these areas are, because they're the same. I get the same text messages and emails from these same streets. So I know where it's going to happen. If there are cameras in place, much like we catch other things such as speeding, I know the sheriff's office has cameras set up in other places. So even as a body, I don't know where that money comes from. So we can sit down. I just discovered this urban district fund, which I'm not saying that's where the money is going to come from, but I'm sure we can dig somewhere. That is what's going to catch it. It's not just the marshal's department or code enforcement. Code enforcement is not open 24 hours a day. And so if this person decides to do this at 2 a.m. in the morning because they know no one's out there, then who's going to catch them? I'm asleep at 2 a.m. I get up at about 4. So you know what I mean? So we actually need cameras in place. It's not just on those departments. It's not just on the marshal's department, because when I send messages, they respond. But I'm sending it because the trash is already there. So we need to catch them in the act.
You can sit at any intersection in Augusta long enough, you're going to see people throwing trash out the window.
I don't see trash on way, Mayor Johnson.
Yeah, you do. You go there right now.
I don't see
it.
mattresses and tires.
I see a lot of buggies and a lot of trash, but here's the deal. We got to have some enforcement component. We're going to go through it. But until we get enforcement and writing tickets and people see that we take it seriously, it's not going to stop. And I've been at this I've been the mayor today for 3 years, 3 months, and the day is 18 days. And it's embarrassing on how people treat our city, how they roll their windows down, just throw out their fast food, their food and stuff out the window. It's embarrassing. All right, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. So just as a point of historical perspective, in 2024, the Marshal's Office actively worked 691 cases. 691 cases, of which we made 19 state magistrate court charges, plus other tickets, other charges, lesser charges. In 2025, we worked 673 cases, of which we did another 28 mag cases. This year so far, we've worked 126 cases, 8 of which are in court. I think part of the frustration is that, for probably, I would say going back a couple of years ago, but for several years that ended a couple of years ago, the Marshal's Office used to oversee a team, the CNET, the Chronic Nuisance Enforcement Team. And there was a lot of success with that team. We did a lot of things. We had a lot of collaboration with many of the city agencies. That ceased a couple of years ago just because of manpower issues, and obviously because, as you all are well aware, with the constraints of last year's budget, we lost 5 positions. At the beginning of this year, coming out of the administrator's office, Administrator Allen has stoked this Clean City initiative, of which the Marshal's Office sits at that table. And I think that is probably a good evolution of what we used to do with CNET. And it's being driven by the Administrator's Office. And it's going to take a partnership. It's going to take a very active collaboration between us and the SO and code enforcement and planning and everybody to, like the mayor says, to get serious about this. The other component of that is the court system. We have made over 20 felony cases of dumping, which is very serious. That's something that's not very common in the state of Georgia, but we have gone out and done felony cases. The cases that I mentioned earlier historically were not felony cases; those were misdemeanor cases.
All right, we're gonna go through the queue. Commissioner Leonard Wimberly from the floor.
And with my short tenure as a commissioner, that is one of my biggest complaints is dumping.
24.
I definitely don't want to beat up code enforcement in the Marshal Department, because as I agree with Commissioner from the second, they can't be everywhere all the time. So I think an education program or something for the citizen of Augusta because we can't say they're bringing it from out of another county and dumping it in here. It's us. It is the citizen of Richmond County that is doing this dumping. Now, yep, that might be 1 or 2 that bring a truckload of stuff and just dump it. But overall, it's a citizen of Richmond County. I was in one of my neighborhoods yesterday. I was told it was cleaned up, but I went in to look, but it wasn't. And it's just a shame because it's a busy roadway getting in and out of that subdivision, and it's tires, it's mattresses, and it was so One of the areas just caught me so by surprise because the mattress was neatly stacked. They wasn't just dumped out of the back of the truck; they were neatly stacked. So I think it's we got to come up with an education program that try to get the citizen of Augustus involved in this, and so we're not up here trying to beat our code enforcement and beat our marshal department. I know we got one issue that the sheriff department is going to get in. We can't beat them up for that same issue because the root cause of the problem, even the sheriff is going to be facing, it's got to be a citizen's solution and not a law enforcement. So I think we just got to educate and try to get more citizens involved in keeping our community clean.
Commissioner Wimberly, we might have had that very rare litter of the OCD as far as stacking of the mattresses.
Gracious.
I tell you, they was neatly stacked now. They wasn't just thrown on top of each other.
Yeah,
They
I
were
understand.
All right.
neatly stacked. Thank you.
We have an administrator that wants to add some value to this conversation.
Yes, ma'am. To Commissioner Pulliam's point, yes, she sent several because there are several incidents. We found that probably District 1 and District 2 have the majority of the illegal dumping that is done in the city, citywide. But as Mr. Probus has stated, we have come together, all the various departments, because CNET was a valuable resource a few years ago, as he has already stated, and I remember when I was in the IT department, of course, we tried to utilize the technology, our mapping, and map out segments of the city to have, people actually go in those areas and respectively address the items that we had. But of course, the resources are not there in some cases. So what we've done now, because of the number of complaints that we receive, we've come back together again, and we call it under the Clean City Initiative. And we have representatives from the marshal's office because, of course, the marshal is the one that's over illegal dumping. We have representatives from the sheriff's office. We have representatives from code enforcement, the planning and development, and environmental services. All of us sit in the room and try to figure out, as well as IT, information technology, because we're bringing the technology into use as well. And we're trying to figure out what's the best way to approach it. The mayor is right. We have actually, people have provided us updates on areas that they've cleaned in less than 2 days. It's the same way again. And it does cost the city a lot of money. I did not realize how much it costs to clean up certain areas. And some of the areas is because there's drug paraphernalia and certain things that you have to have specialized people to go and clean up those areas. You just can't have volunteers to go in those respective areas because it's dangerous to them with needles and stuff being openly exposed. So what we found, it's very costly to the city's budget. And when they have to send somebody out, it has to go on, they have to be a contracted person that can handle those type of situations. So it is costly, but we are working together as a team. To Probus's point, we have been getting together and trying to come up and strategize, how can we deal with this effectively? How can we prevent this? But to Commissioner Wimberly's point, people in Augusta will have to continue to take pride or start taking pride in their own community. Because a number of these things are people in our community throwing these things out. And they may not throw it in their own respective neighborhood, but they may go to another neighborhood to do it. So we have to be more involved in what we're doing in our own community. And that, I think that's probably one of the first places, because when you continue to have this, it continues to impact our budget. And so while we're trying to find additional dollars to do a lot of the other things that are necessary, and not saying this is not necessary, if we can prevent these things from continuously happening over and over. When environmental services told me the number of times that they've gone to a certain area and the amount of money that has been invested in cleaning that same area, it's just horrendous, the amount of money that we invest in cleaning up behind people. So we are working together to try to come up with the solution. And I do think it is some part of education. Our community needs to be educated that we need to take care of our own community. And we need to try to figure out how we can stop some of those issues. And I know the marshal's office is it's going to be more on them to make sure that we get this illegal dumping and we cite these people and we utilize the technology such as the cameras, because I think they have put cameras in certain spots, certain areas that we know are problematic areas. They have put cameras in place. So we're looking at doing some more of that as well, Commissioner Pulliam.
All right, Commissioner Pulliam.
Thank you. Thank you for that response, Administrator Allen, and I totally agree. I agree that it is going to be a collective effort and everyone is going to have to participate. Specifically, some of the areas that that I am addressing, because they are in my district, and I see the city all over. So I see trash, I drive around. But and I wish we could go back. Can we go back to the tires where it's like 50 of them? It's not 50 for real, but the picture where where there's tires, because there's been times though that there's been like 25 plus tires. And so my thing is, for the bad actors, and I get all of everything else, that it's going to take a collective effort and everybody's going to have to pitch in. I understand that. But the solution is in these areas, or rather specifically, let me ask that question. In the areas that I named, are there cameras in those areas?
Currently?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to have to go back and check and see where we have our cameras deployed. I don't,
Okay.
This is the first time I'm seeing these.
Okay, yes, sir.
Just give me a.
So that's not a problem. So I'd like for us to come back with that piece of information first. Are there cameras in these specific areas? Because these are the specific areas that I send in on a continuous basis. My next thing is, if we're spending so much money to do the cleanups, can you give me like a ballpark figure as to how much we're spending with the cleanups? How much is it costing us?
I'm sorry. It depends on the respective area.
Okay.
To Commissioner Wembley's point, we have had some that's $7,000. We've had some, it depends on the area and how much is to be cleaned up and how much the contractor tells us the pricing is for it. But I will get that from Environmental Services. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And how much do the cameras cost?
The cameras are roughly $1,000, and then there's air fees, monthly air fees.
Okay, so a year, about how much are we spending for that camera?
Commissioner, I'd have to go back and look at our budget.
So we could also
We
get
have
that.
up to 10 cameras available at any given time.
Yes, sir. And so what I'm trying to do is make sure I'm making a fiscally responsible, or giving a fiscally responsible solution, in that if we're spending $7,000 every time they come out every 2 to 3 weeks, that multiplied over the course of a year versus just purchasing the cameras in the areas that are needed and actually finding those individuals and fining them, we'd be saving a lot of money. So I think that would be a good solution, is just to get those targeted areas. And I'm sure every commissioner is on board, because we all really, we're up here for a reason, because we love what we do. We find those target areas and we turn in those target areas. If we need someone to go out and take a look at them, and we do a cost savings analysis. So we're literally looking at, right now we're spending 7 times 2 is 14, $14,000 a month times 12, whatever that equals. I'm sure cameras would probably be a lot less than that. And then we could actually start fining these people, and we can recoup some of those funds to continue to pay for the cameras. So that would be my solution. So if we could get those numbers back, my ask would be that we find out how much it's costing us to clean up the areas specifically, how much it would cost for us to have cameras, what that yearly cost would look like, and also to find out whether or not we have those, at least in those target areas that I've named, and I can send that via email.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. And then anyone else that has areas where they're finding 25 plus tires, couches, and mattresses, and commodes, 3 to 4 commodes. And it's like, who would do that? Because if I woke up and I looked outside my window and there was 3 commodes and 25 tires, I would be livid. You know what I mean? But you may not see that as the marshal's office. The sheriff's office may not see it because maybe they already did their rounds before the person dumped it. So we've got to get this fixed, and I think that's a start. I'm going to stay in the queue just in case.
Thank you, Commissioner Pulliam. I think we can start with something simpler. When we find these whole bags of trash, there used to be a time when the Marshal's Department would go investigate to find some mail or something in the trash. Why can't we even start that up?
We still do. That's exactly the tactic that we use.
All right, I like that idea. You know, if somehow you're trashing up in the middle of the road, you got some mail in there, it's your trash, it's your fine.
And then, some of you remember that we had a campaign for about 2 years where what would happen is a homeowner would need to get a remodel done, or they were getting a trash cleanup. Commissioner, you remember this. And they would hire a company. They'd pay the guy after he cleaned up with the intent, with the understanding that they were taking it to the landfill to pay the fees.
Nope.
And they were coming, they were dumping it straight out, keeping the entire fees. We'd find the trash. We'd go back to the original homeowner and say, hey, we found your trash way over here in an illegal dump. And then they just basically give us the person, well, this is who I hired. We made a lot of arrests that way. And it is still a technique that we use.
Yeah.
That's good. All right.
Yes,
Chair
sir.
recognizes Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner Brandon Garrett.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief,
Yes,
I know that the CNET, I used to come to those meetings when you had them, and they were always just amazingly informative, but sad at the same time because of the, just the redundancy of the same things over and over and over again, especially in the same areas as Commissioner Pulliam was talking about. I mean, District 8, it has a lot of empty land, and that we have our typical dump sites. I know each year when Commissioner Guilfoyle and I work, City Serve, 4-H Club Road, Benning Mill Road, some of those out that way, every single year, same thing, tires and mattresses and Lord knows what else we picked up. Thankful when we haven't picked up anything that's contagious. But in regards to the court cases that you mentioned, and you said, the courts has to be part of this. When these cases are making it to court, what typically happens? I don't want to put you on the line here. So if you want to just do yes or no questions, I can ask you that way.
No, I mean, I'll be quite honest with you.
I know a lot of times, even in the CNET meetings that I attended, these are the things that I heard.
Yes.
Taking these to court, judges give them another 30 or 60 days. Or take them to court, and so by that time, you got to start everything back over. And
correct.
So I know that was one of the biggest hindrances with getting anything through the system and making it actually stick. So is that still the case?
It still is on occasion where you have, where you put a lot of time and you invest a lot of manpower and resources into going through exactly what the mayor's describing, going through a true investigation where you're hunting things down and you're using camera footage and you're capturing a tag at night on using your night vision capabilities of the camera, and you're getting warrants and you're doing all this stuff. You're really putting a lot of effort into this, and then we really hope, as you would probably really hope, that there's a very a stiff penalty for that, maybe jail time, whatever the case may be. And the only time we really ever got jail time was on an individual who had committed his second felony illegal dumping. Everything else tends to be something much lesser. And so, yeah, it is a point of frustration.
Well, and I think that you see that up here as well. And so in reference to that, is there a way that we can urge the judges to, be serious about this as the rest of us are trying to come up with solutions to keep the city clean? If nobody's going to truly hold them accountable when when the fine can be in place or the jail time or whatever it takes. I mean, heck, I'd love to hear the judges say, nope, no jail time, but you're going to be with us for the next year on every Saturday cleaning up tires or, whatever it is.
Right.
I mean,
well, as the mayor knows, we get that now with the probationers. So,
Yeah.
so that has begun to work its way in. And I can't speak for the judiciary as far as what goes into their mindset.
And as far as the cameras,
Yes, sir.
I talked to the sheriff about some cameras a while back, and he basically gave me the cost. It's $3,300 a year per camera, because a lot of the communities and neighborhoods that are requesting cameras, their associations are paying for them. The sheriff just monitors them. So just for reference out there.
Once you figure cost and then air time,
Yep.
yes, and then monitoring, absolutely.
And also, I'm not sure if this is something you can answer or not. We used to have a tire program where nonprofit groups were able to collect tires, take them to the landfill, and get paid for them. Do you know what happened to that program?
Truck used to,
Yeah, yeah.
Carlson used to handle that.
Yeah, it was the Riverkeeper, and that.
Commissioner Clark, was it something with vets? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was with the Savannah Riverkeeper
Yeah.
team. Yep.
But I was informed back when we were doing city serve this past time, because Truck was with us, and he's like, they did away with that program.
I was not aware of that.
And so,
Okay.
Administrator, any ideas on why that program ended? Because Truck said we don't collect tires anymore. There's no incentive for us to do it, because I think they used to get paid like 50 cents a tire or whatever, and so that used to be who I would call. Hey, there's a dump site, and
No, sir, I'm not aware of why they ended the program.
So I believe ESD used to reimburse, is that correct?
I have no
I
idea.
think that's who it was, or the landfill at the time used to reimburse, but I do not know what happened to that program.
I can get you that information.
yeah, back if we're going to get this workshop put together to discuss this, I think that's just another weapon that we can use to help combat that, is to reinstate that program. Commissioner Pulley, I appreciate you bringing this up, because, we all could bring slideshows in here and show the crap that gets dumped around our community. And it's really pathetic, because sometimes you want to think that it's people coming in from other parts of the community, but it's not. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Garrett. Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you. Chief, you said back in 2024 when y'all had lost employees, you lost 5 employees, so you stopped the program?
No, sir, we just have less people involved in the enforcement now. We went from 8 to 3.
All right, so is that program still active?
Yes, sir. Absolutely, we still do enforcement.
Okay, because I know that when we did that city serve a little bit over a month ago, normally the marshals would be there in support on make sure that controlling traffic. And actually Commissioner Garrett and his 2 boys and myself and Truck was picking up the trash along Benham Mill Road, Horseshoe and McNutt Road, but the cars were flying by, and Mr. Garrett had reached out to the marshal to see if we could get some support, because my biggest worry about losing life that day, but it never came to fruition that day. But as far as going out and putting out cameras, you no longer have them either?
We no longer have the what, sir?
Cameras?
Oh, yes, sir, we have cameras. We have some deployed as we speak.
Okay. So with this attorney, Plunkett, so as far as putting something in place to really put some teeth into it, I think what we ought to do, if we capture, or the law enforcement catches people littering, because we have it habitually throughout the entire Augusta, it's just not one prominent area, it's throughout Augusta, Richmond County, because there's some trashy people. But I would like to figure out a way how we could put a fine or community service. Have them work 80 hours community service for one being caught throwing out can. Well, if that's the whole thing, we need to put some attention on the judges if they be willing to do it, because what we looking at is Barton Chopper Road. I hit it twice a day. The grass cutting people clean it, pick up all the trash. Next day, looks the same dang gum way. Deansbridge Road, going out from Tobacco Road, heading to the landfill. I've called the engineer and say, hey, can we get some people out here? Because trash bags drop out and the people hit trash bags and it's throughout. Makes our city look bad. So if there's any way that we could figure out a way to reach out to the judges, the honorable judges, to say, hey, we need some help. We'd like to put them into community service. Do y'all have the capabilities of overseeing the community service?
Yeah, I think we already have a system in place to handle anyone who gets sentenced to that as a probationary item. We love for that.
Right. Do y'all work on weekends?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, we would work on weekends.
City of Hepzibah will take some as well, that way to clean up them back roads and everything. So, thank you. If you would let me know, your attorney.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Johnson, I have
Yes, ma'am. I see you in the queue. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mayor Johnson. So what I would like to do is I would like to make a motion to have I do want to have a work session, and I would like for the work session to be entitled Campaign Stop Illegal Dumping. And that's for our city. And so at the table, I would like all the individuals that are a part of making this work, and if anyone else can think of anyone outside of who I'm going to say, it would be the marshal's office, sheriff's office, as well as the volunteers that our administrator's office has gotten together as well. But for us to actually sit down and come up with solutions and a way to start doing this.
Commissioner Pulliam, we already have that. It's called Operation City Cleanup.
Okay.
Where all of those teams are already engaged, from the courts to the marshals to the sheriff's department to the probationers, and I would gladly have you to re-engage that group to try to get more folks to clean up this city. So
Okay.
Can we start there first?
Yes, sir, but in that, are we going to be able to discuss the cameras and the layout of the cameras?
Yeah, we
and
highly encourage you to do that too.
Okay, great. So as long as we can have that conversation as well.
We got several judges. We got both municipal court, the Solicitor General, Superior Court. We got everybody. So we could schedule a meeting with everybody and let's talk about how we could get a little bit more serious about this.
Okay, and when will that meeting be scheduled?
Madam Administrator, they meet, so that right now we have cleanup Saturdays every other Saturday. We were doing it every Saturday, but we had some struggles during the winter because people don't want to show up when it's cold. We had some participation issues. But now I think the time and the weather is right, more conducive. So Madam Administrator, can you help coordinate that meeting so we can get Commissioner Pulliam involved and any other commissioner that wants to be a part of it, because we've made an effort to clean up every corner of this county where the crews go out. And they do good work between 8 and 12. They get credit for 8 hours, for 4 hours work. And most people that do participate, they do a phenomenal job picking up tires and mattresses and sofas and toilets and just about everything else.
Yes, sir. And I want to make it clear that I'm not just talking about the actual cleanup of the area. That is very important, but I'm talking about catching the bad actors.
The marshals and the sheriff's office is also part of that.
That is, when it's a meeting, I don't want it to just be a meeting where it's a cleanup. I want it to be a sit-down meeting so that we can discuss ways to catch the people that are doing this.
Yeah. Those people are already at the table. I think, wouldn't you agree, Chief, it'll be a good starting point?
I absolutely agree. I was going to say that mechanism's in place.
So, Madam Administrator, within 2 weeks, can you let us know when that next meeting, and let's try to get it, normally we meet virtually. Can we get an in-person meeting for this to kick this off?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So there are two, as part of their Operation Cleanup, I know you work with the respective courts and things of that nature. Kind of the internal piece is what we call the clean initiative, clean initiative that the city is putting on. And some of the same participants outside of the judges and things of that nature are just the internal pieces that work together. So we just had a meeting, and I think we delayed that meeting, didn't we, Probus?
We did.
So it's to make sure we taking care of all of it. This is just the internal operation, the Clean City Initiative. It's not as much as, again, the judges and things of that nature, just that part. So we can go ahead and reschedule that meeting, sir. And that's just the internal pieces that we talk about, the details that probably are not necessary to discuss with the actual judges and things of that nature.
I think the judges are important because they're the ones that when we find these violators, they have to take it serious enough to fine them accordingly. So at least for the initial meeting, having the judges there.
Okay.
So we can quite, understand what's their rationale. And if someone dumps 25 tires, that's a felony dump, and it certainly doesn't warrant not having a fine and not having, the ability of I guess, sentencing them correctly. So I think the initial meeting, because hopefully the judges see how serious we are in trying to keep our city clean.
Okay, yes, sir.
All right.
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Pulliam, is that okay?
Yes, thank you,
Okay.
Mayor Johnson. Thank you, Administrator Allen, and thank you,
All right.
Provost.
All right, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, the last item for the day, and they have been companion together, and it's item number 27 and 28.
Item 27, Administrator's initial briefing on Landscape Department requested by Commissioner Wembley. 28 is to receive as information an update on the vegetation maintenance plan implementation by administration.
Thank you so much. Administrator Allen.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body, good afternoon. The purpose of this item is for administration to actually provide you with an overview of our transition plan for the new standalone vegetation department the governing body approved last month. I have, just to let you know, met with all of the affected departments to actually review this same presentation that I'm presenting to you today. I've also reminded them that until they receive direct notification in regards to a change in staffing, they will still be accountable for their departmental staff performing out there in our community. We are not, of course, trying to disrupt any operations at this time. So just to frame the discussion, here's the motion that was approved unanimously by the governing body on February the 17th. This motion approved moving forward with the new department. I agreed to come back with a transition plan, which I'm here today to do. And as you will see, we have been laying out the transition timeline with the goal of fully implementation by January 1st, as we originally discussed. So here's the transition at a high-level summary. I will explain each phase in more detail, but as you can see here, we are moving now from preparation into the service model evaluation phase. This phase will help us validate the data we have already gathered and with field observation and bringing more people into the process. That information will enable us to finalize the transition planning and to work with our legal team to rebid our current contracts this fall. Finally, we will move into full implementation in 2027. So let's discuss step one, preparation. First, I want to just recap the work we have already done to date. We have done a lot of work on paper data gathering with the help of Central Services, Recreation and Parks, Engineering and Environmental Services, and RCCI. This has been an iterative process as we receive information, ask questions, receive updates, and repeat and repeat. I have provided high-level summaries of this information to you. I've sent you some of the respective schedules that we have. I sent you some the positions that we're looking at. I've also sent you some of the contractors that we currently work with. I think we have done everything that we can do through desk reviews and information gathering at the department director level. The next phase will be combining this data with field work, as we will cover on the next slide. We have also developed draft job descriptions for a new department director and one administrative manager position. The director position uses very similar education and experience requirements to the Central Services director position and is recommended at a salary grade 31, as previously presented. Administrative manager is, of course, an existing job title in the city's jobs library. Finally, we have developed a draft budget for the department based on the current expenditures and allocation of the additional funds added in 2026. The total budget expected for the new department is approximately $8.1 million, which, let me state, includes about $2.1 million in existing staff. So when you take the 41 positions, we pay about $2.1 million for the staffing and $5.8 million that we currently spend on contracts. I'm going to wait to present the budget to you until we can answer some outstanding questions about locations and equipment. Again, the majority of the funding for this department is already funding that we're utilizing. So it is not a big ask for new funding. All we're doing is shifting the funding that has already been allocated to those respective departments and moving it into this one department. I think this is a strong base for us to move forward. We are now ready to move from the paperwork level to the field level to reality test our plan. Step two, model development. Over the spring and early summer, we are ready to move into more detailed development of our new service model. To spearhead this work, we need to bring more people into the process. First, we will proceed with the advertisement of the new department director position. And I'm hopeful that the commission will be able to find one and hire a great candidate. In the meantime, I'm going to appoint a transition lead through a temporary assignment for an existing employee who has significant experience with our current vegetation operations. This transition lead is going to be responsible for confirming all the data we have on paper by going out with our crews and contractors to actually observe them at work and inspect our current equipment. They will also review our citizen requests to identify the needs and gaps in our current services. Based on this field observation, they will start mapping out the needed changes to our services delivery model and contracting. And while we're putting these key people in place, I'm also convening a series of meetings in late March and April. These include roundtable meetings with our crew supervisors, on all hands meeting with our frontline staff, and a session with our current contractors. In addition, we will reach out to our community stakeholders. We have some valuable community stakeholders like Destination Augusta, the Chamber of Commerce, our Neighborhood Association Alliance, ACE, and others to hear about the needs that they see. Based on all of this information, we will finalize the organizational chart and budget for the 2027 budget process. Then we're looking at step 3, transition between August and November. This fall, we can proceed to put all the pieces in place. Once we determine the right mix between contract and staff assignments, we'll be ready to transition both. Our new department director will work with procurement to rebid our existing vegetation contracts with an eye toward opportunities for increased frequency in high visibility areas. We will also finalize the updated job descriptions for the transitioning staff because we do realize that one person working in one department may be called something else in another department. During this phase, we will also begin lining up equipment and any physical location transfers for the new department. Based on the information I have today, I am not convinced that a brand new separate location is needed for this new department to operate, but there certainly will be moving pieces. I'm going to look to our transition lead, the person that I told you that we're going to utilize, and new director to collaborate with them with Central Services on space planning this summer so that we can make those changes this fall. Finally, as we roll out service changes, we also need to develop information for the public so that they know what to expect from the city. We also know that quite a few of our service requests are for areas that are actually private property or are up to private owners to maintain. And we need to make those responsibilities clear to all of our citizens. And then we go into step 4. We have a lot of work to do in 2026, but I believe that the proposed phasing I have just laid out will set us up to launch the new department and new contracts by January 1st. Some of you may be feeling like this is too long to wait, while others may be feeling like this is too aggressive. My desire is to move very quickly to finalize these changes and to complete this transition. However, I know that this is a complex operation, and I want to ensure that we are setting this new department up for success. Ultimately, moving forward, realizing that we may have to pivot along the way, and details will continue to be fleshed out as we move forward. And last but not least, the only outstanding item, and I heard this from the last meeting, is what do we need to do about the naming of the department? So here are some of the recommendations. We've looked at other agencies. Everybody has a gamut of various names. We could call it, I know it was mentioned about landscaping. We could call it vegetation and landscaping, vegetation and grounds, grounds and landscaping. There's a beautification department, I think is what they utilize in DeKalb, the city of DeKalb. But with this, I will go ahead and leave that up for an option for us to go ahead and determine the name so that we can go ahead and say what this department director, who that department director is going to be working under the department, what department name. I would then now let you know that I want to go ahead, once we receive the consensus on the naming of the department, I will proceed with advertising the positions for hire. And with that, I will open it up for discussion and any questions that any of you may have.
Thank you so much, Madam Administrator, for putting this together. You left out one key component, part of the naming, trees. Trees need to be in there somewhere because ultimately we do have an internal tree crew.
That comes under landscaping.
Landscape is part of trees?
Yes,
All right,
trees.
okay. All right. We're going to open it up to the colleagues for discussion. Chair recognizes Commissioner Brandon Garrett. Madam Administrator, great work. Thank you so much for this presentation.
Actually, Mayor, the companion author for one of these items was the commissioner from the 4th, so I will yield to him and get in queue right behind him.
You got it. Commissioner Brandon Garrett has yielded to Commissioner Lonnie Wembley. Commissioner Wembley from the 4th, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, my colleague. All that was good. I'm not necessarily a number person. I'm just a status person. Show me some stats. The mayor just brought up trees, and that's a good point because we do have an urban forest, and we need an arborist to be able to help us manage that. So in your staffing, is that part of your plan?
So Commissioner Wembley, right now, they currently use out, we have on-call providers. So we will still utilize that for arborist service needs.
On-call?
Yes, as we have been. Yes, sir.
Okay. So am I just hearing that the main goal right now, other than we just brought to the attention about the trees, but our main goal for this new department is going to be to cut grass?
No, sir. Not just to cut grass. It's going to help beautify the city of Augusta, do some of the things that we've been.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's what I want to make sure.
Yes, sir.
That is the primary goal, is the beautification. So in doing that, now there's some general leadership skills that some people can have, and they can lead pretty much anything, even a horse to water and make him drink. But my point is, have you put any thought into this department head you want to hire? You said y'all start working on a job description?
Yes, sir. We do have a draft job description. Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of skills? Not the full thing, because you say you're working on it, but where you heading towards skills requirement?
I don't have that with me, but I can make sure that we send that out to you, the draft.
Right, because I think that's very important for that person to have some understanding of what it takes to really do some beautification. Because it's not just a matter of sticking a flower into the ground and saying, I want you to beautify this area. It's knowing what's in that ground that's going to help that flower to beautify the area. So I think we should be looking at some skill sets inside of that person.
I do have it with me, sir.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I thought I put it in there. We're looking at someone who has experience, of course, in landscaping, mowing, horticulture, outdoor maintenance operations, consistent maintenance programs, public spaces, right-of-ways, outdoor areas of government, look at contractor performance, ensure service quality, continuously evaluate service delivery models, develops and implements long and short-term plans and goals for the department, researches what's the best.
A good direction. You're going in a good direction.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Because that's I want this person to be successful. So I want them to have the skill sets because I want us to be successful. So I want to make sure we're looking for somebody with a skill set. Now, we was talking about how we were going to staff, that's the workers, right? and a comment was made, and I don't want to be here trying to quote directly, but it was made that we would bring those workers over from other departments. And I was under the impression that when we bring them over, we still gonna have them to focus on the areas that they was once working on. Other words, if they was doing work for recreation, that they might be focused on recreation. If they were doing work for environmental service, well, engineering, maintenance, if they were doing work for them, so they'll focus on that. Did I understand that right, or was I totally wrong?
No, sir, we're gonna, that's why we wanna make sure we bring the director on board. We wanna evaluate what everybody's skill set is so we can have people placed in the right position that's gonna benefit not only us, but benefit the employee as well.
Absolutely. Okay, because that's the point I want to make sure that when we bring the folks over, that we have a plan for them as to where they're gonna work. So, because my idea is when that workers come to work, they should know 90% of what they're gonna be doing that day. That other 10% disruption is out of our control. It's just what we need somebody to do. But 90% of what they do when they come to work, they should already know what that's going to be. And so I don't want them to try to rely on what they used to do. I want them to be able to rely on what they have to do.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the $8 million you talked about, that's just based off current salaries and current contracts.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So is that sufficient?
That's what we'll be evaluating, sir. As part of this transition, we'll be evaluating.
So you're gonna go ahead and look at that and see how that's gonna work.
Yes, sir.
All right. Because it's a lot more than just bringing equipment over. There's a lot of support, logistics that goes with that equipment. And there's a lot of logistics goes with maintaining those grounds. And so I want to make sure we're taking that into consideration when we do that. And so we're going to be funding this from general funds. Are we going to be using it as SPLOST? You may not have gotten to that yet, but this is what I want to make sure you're considering, how we're going to fund this. Are we going to do it with general funds, SPLOST, or we're going to try to get into grants for anything to make it happen? Grants for a major tree project, planting project, and so forth. Or is there room to put something on the SPLOST other than capital equipment? What can we do with SPLOST to help us out? We're going to be considering that as well.
Yes, sir. We'll be looking at any respective funding source.
Because we want to take some of the pressure off general funds. Okay, all right. So I'll be willing, I'm really looking forward to, especially when we get to that startup cost, I really want the details on that, because that startup cost is also going to give you your long range costs as in your continued operation. Because what you start up with is what you got to operate with, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's one of my big concerns. All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for.
Thank you, Commissioner Wembley, who
Your
yielded to the commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner Brandon Garrett. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, so in regards to this, I'm one of those in that section that said, man, this is taking a long time. So I'm just going to throw that one out there, because I really was hoping that we would be able to see some noticeable changes this year in regards to how the city looks. I mean, especially after our conversation just before this about just the litter and trash around the county, because that's going to be a big component of this as well. Since we're talking department names, do we still have any leftover swag from Keep Augusta Beautiful?
We probably do.
I'm just saying.
I'm not sure how much, if they do. I think administration may have some in one of the closets, because I think that was where they left it, in one of the floors.
That's beautiful.
And to your other point, Commissioner Garrett, I think you will see some improvement because now we're gonna have this transition lead that's gonna go out there and make the respective assessments. And we're gonna be looking at, they will report directly to administration. And we will be looking at mapping out what we're doing and making some shifts. So we will be looking at that. And again, I think the meetings with the contractors as well as the respective staff that we have currently will show some improvement.
Okay. But really, in regards to what the department name is going to be, it's got to be something simple. You mentioned central services to people, and that really doesn't describe anything. So I think that as we're looking at this, we need to make sure that we're encapsulating what this department truly is supposed to be, so it doesn't lose its vision or focus farther down the road when none of us are still sitting up here.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Commissioner from the 8th. It's been recommended that the name be the Grounds Management Department, so that's something to ponder as we get through the queue. Let's see, Commissioner from the 2nd, Commissioner Stacy Pulliam.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Thank you for your presentation, Administrator Allen. I was not here the day we voted for this move forward, but I do have a few questions, and some of it's just to clarify. You said that the estimated cost was about $8.1 million.
Well, that's merging everybody together right now. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, and then you mentioned $2.1 million was for existing staff.
Mm-hmm.
I missed the 5 point something.
Yes, that is what we currently pay right now for contracts.
Okay, and what was that number? I'm sorry.
5.8, I think it is that we pay because we rounded it. I think it's 5.8 million.
Okay, so about 7.9 million currently, and we're going to increase it to 8.1 million.
Yep. So
Okay.
it's 5.8 million is what we actually pay to the contractors and staff,
Okay.
and is around 2.1 million.
Okay, yes, ma'am. So that comes out to be 7.9 million, and we're saying that our estimated cost is going to be 8.1 million.
Yes,
That's
at this
right.
time. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if the 5.8 million is currently what we're paying contractors, but we're going in for a rebid of contracts, when we go out for that rebid, are we going to put a firm fixed price on that rebid?
So what we're going to look at doing is, in some areas, it may be additional frequency. So we may be increasing the frequency with some of them. So right now, until we get that person on board to really do an assessment, as well as the new department director, that's why we kind of waited till the fall, so we can come up, and it might be areas that need to have 2 frequencies. Because right now we have some of our contractors that go out and do 1 frequency cut. And we know that's not sufficient. So that's what we're trying to do, is develop this service model to make sure that we're addressing those areas.
Okay, so right now, there's no discussion about having a firm fixed price.
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we don't know necessarily what our rebid is going to be for 2027. It could exceed this 8.1 million.
If we're looking at doing additional frequencies and things of
Yes,
that nature,
ma'am.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so to come up with the financials, are we going to, and I'm just asking for budget's sake, because we always talk about budget and being fiscally responsible, are we going to put out an RFI just to kind of get a feel for what's out there? Is that what we're planning on doing?
We would work with our procurement director. We'll probably put out an RFP, though. But
Okay.
there'll be several RFPs because there'd be different areas.
Okay, so the RFI is a request for information.
That's correct.
And
RFP
I
will be
guess,
for the proposals, yes, ma'am.
yes, ma'am. So why would we not do an RFI to get the information so we can kind of get a gauge, or was that already done? So we could get kind of a gauge?
Now, I'm not sure if that was done previously. I would have to get with the procurement director, and I know most of these things were done prior to him coming
Okay.
on board. These are existing contracts, so we'll have to look at those existing contracts. That's why I stated we'll have to get with our legal team to see how we would work with termination, if possible, and what we can do to move forward with some of the agreements. Some of them may just be renegotiating the respective agreements, not necessarily termination of the agreements.
Okay.
but expanding the needs for the agreements, expanding the areas.
Okay, so I don't know if I would ask the administrator or the attorney this question, Mayor Johnson, but are we too late in the process to do the the request for information? Because this is my thought process on this. If I understand we don't know because we don't know a total cost because we don't know the frequency. However, we don't want to see 15 million come back, especially if we're not putting any type of firm fixed pricing in place. If we're now increasing some areas to 3 times a year, like where will our cap be? How will we determine that? I don't know who would answer that question, Mayor Johnson.
So Attorney Plunkett, Administrator Allen, the question. Administrator Allen.
And I don't necessarily know that the attorney needs to answer that, but Administrator Allen said, we get with legal to determine certain things.
Yes, I think I can address that. It would it will definitely be based on what we discover with our procurement department. It's going to be a major partnership in going out there and making sure that we actually procure the best prices. It'll be competitive. It'll be a competitive process, I can assure you. And we're going to make sure, we're going to look at what we're currently getting from some of the contractors and see if they're willing to continue those respective services or even modify the pricing for those respective services based on what we're going to be asking them. The problem that we have at this current point, which is, I know you asked, was it too late? I think it's probably a little early, is for us to really define what we need, because we need to do a whole new look at what we currently are doing. It's starting from, scratch. What do we need to do? What areas? How do we need to do it? Because now we're merging these respective areas with these respective contractors. So we may, evaluate the land mass of what areas, what we're going to be doing in this area, what we're going to be doing in that area, and then those, may be able to provide us with a lot of details. So those details in itself is going to be a lot of work to gather together. So to your point, Commissioner Pulliam, it's not a bad idea to do a request for information at all. And we probably can eventually do those as soon as we get the specifications on what we're going to be looking to get the information on.
Okay, did we take into account, I know that Dr. Malik, our engineering director, had come up with a schedule a couple of times to talk about the frequency that we actually needed in some of those areas. And I know engineering is just one department, but he came up with a schedule a few times and was saying because of the infrequency of cuts, that's why a lot of them were on request or per request. So have we looked at some of those schedules to determine if we were only cutting, I'm gonna say Old Savannah Road, if we were only cutting Old Savannah Road near the creek once a year or twice a year, but per his recommendation, we should have actually been cutting it 4 times a year. Are we taking some of that and determining how much it's going to cost? Because it all comes down to budget and cost. That's what we're always talking about. So was that done?
We have received that information from Dr. Malik, and that will be one of the things that we'll incorporate when that person gets on board to start making the evaluation and then determining what we're looking for in the areas.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you, Mayor Johnson.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Pulliam. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the floor, Commissioner Langworthy.
Thank you again, Ms. Mayor. This is for the administrator. Now, I will be revisiting this request again because I really want to know what problem we're trying to solve. And so I think that need to be in depth. We're not, because what I'm hearing, we're not just trying to solve a grass cutting problem. We're trying to also, in the way we're going to try to reorganize, we're going to have a reporting problem, a requirement, I'll put it like that. Like if you're going out there and hitting those ditches and hitting that waterway, if we're going to be dealing with any kind of wetland, that's a requirement for certain reports. What are we going to be solving with this? Are we, and also, I'm glad it was brought up about the legal part because I was asking about, are we going to change in the ordinance? Are we, is there any charter implication as to what we're going to take from any department that might have been spelled out in our charter as in how we wanted to organize the departments? Is that's part of legal, wouldn't it be, to check that out for you?
Yes, sir. But we don't anticipate that being any problem.
And procurement would definitely be something that we have to make sure we maintain, understand. And now my one last concern for today, but I got some more, but I won't use them today.
Okay.
Cat with 9 life, I'm gonna use one of them. When a person reports to work, what they report to work has a huge impact on how they feel about coming to work. Now, you mentioned they might be with Central Service. You're gonna have Central Service help you find a location. Which one is it?
We will have Central Services help us to find a location.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Wimberly. Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm jumping in here late at the table, talking about department names and all that. I say we keep it simple, and I'm going to let my colleague from the 10th speak, but I mean something easy like Augusta Grounds Management Department or something like that for the citizens to be able to, for it to, for them to refer to where it's not too long and too detailed. Anyway, I just want to put that out there. Thank you. Commissioner, I'm going to let Commissioner Guilfoyle jump in.
All right, Commissioner Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for all my colleagues that had some good questions, good ideas, and good things pushed forward. Madam Administrator, thank you for bringing us the schedule and not having it implemented in 30 days and subject to be critiqued, hit every dang on problem that we could hit. 9 months, you could mold this department. Along the way, you're going to have some of your directors, some of your procurement, as well as the new director, assistant director will come up with different ideas as well.
Yes, sir.
And that makes me feel better because the last thing I want to do is push something through and then it fails. And then we'd be sitting there with egg on our face, which is not a good place, not a good thing. So with that being said, I know that funding is coming out of 3 different departments. The employees coming out of 3 departments going into 1, which makes sense instead of duplication, redundant stuff, especially behind this dais of who to call. You know, my only person that I've always known to call was Dr. Malik, and he's always responded, or the former warden, which I tried not to bother him as much, but he's retired now, and he's been such a great asset for our organization. So funding that we got coming out of the general fund, we got funding coming out of SPLOST. Hopefully, we're going to have the funding coming out of stormwater because the whole thing about the stormwater became a grass cutting program, as well as an employee program. It was generating $14 to $15 million when it was originally implemented, and it was supposed to be only a small amount of employees, and every district was supposed to have 2 contractors. That's the package that we were sold. Never came to fruition. But Dr. Malik, as well as Oscar Flife, did the best what they had because everybody grabbed it and took what money they needed out of it, or for employees, especially from the finance department. They actually moved money around to where the engineering actually had people going into the stormwater, et cetera, which should never happen. With that being said, we got to make sure that whatever we do right. Fortunately, you have 9 months to get this program right. hopefully we'll find a good director with good leadership skills, good experience, the horticulture experience, as well as making sure that we holding these contractors accountable. With the Marshals Department, with the CLEAN program, we could have these communities, citizens who's breaking the law, clean up prior to the grass cutting. But I understand that my colleague that was speaking from the second was talking how many times to cut grass. You should have a base line right now on how many times we cut. I think it's twice a year. I think we need to use that as a standard. Anything above it, we got to figure out where the funding's coming from. But as long as we got a baseline, and I believe that's what you had implemented in the beginning. The other thing is that on Lumpkin Road, he's out of business now. Mr. Pennington used to sell us weed eaters at 20, 30 at a time, or outdoor equipment on Highway 25, because we'll lose them as fast as we buy them. We got to have controls in place to where we don't lose our product, our equipment. There ought to be a check in and check out. That way we're not losing money and holding our employees accountable. So I like the 5 different or 4 different names that you get put up. I think the simplest one is the ground management department. I think people will understand that. People will grasp that better than vegetation ground maintenance department. You know, there's a lot of verbiage there, but grounds management department is probably the best one. So I like to make a motion that we call it the grounds management department and move forward with this program that you had set forth and that you put your time in, and making sure that we have enough time between now and when we implement it to make sure it's done right. So I would like to thank you and your staff for going above and beyond and making sure that this program's going to be done right.
Thank you, Commissioner Guilfoyle, and I must thank the team because they have been phenomenal in administration and the department directors. They have been providing us the respective information, so it's been truly a team effort.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The Augusta Grounds Management Department has been put up for a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. Commissioner Wimberly from the 4th.
Mr. Mayor,
I'm sorry. That is the name that's been proposed. The Grounds Management Department, the Augusta Grounds Management Department. So turn your mic on, please. And I'll give you the floor. You have the floor.
Yeah, I don't think that captures what we're trying to do here.
Would you like to make a substitute motion for another name?
I think landscape need to be in the name somewhere, because that's what we just talked about we wanted to do. That's the beautification part.
All right, so would you propose a name, and we're asking for a second?
Vegetation and landscape.
All right, so that's the first item. So Commissioner Wimberly, are you proposing a
substitute
motion for vegetation and landscaping department? Is there a second to that?
Probably not.
That motion fails to get a second. Madam Clerk, we're moving forward with the original motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle, seconded by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice, to name the department the Augusta Grounds and Management Department. We're prepared to vote.
No.
That motion carries 9-1, with Mr. Wimberly voting no.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Administrator. Great work. Madam Clerk, does that conclude our business for today?
Yes, sir.
It does. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being to the Wednesday edition of the Augusta-Richmond County Commission meeting. This meeting is hereby adjourned. Have a great afternoon.